Please be seated, everyone. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. We have a packed agenda with lots of interesting things happening in our city. First and foremost tonight, before we get to the Henry Baker Scholarships, we do have a significant report coming to council on the Regina Indian Industrial School Cemetery for heritage status. And before we get to that, I want to recognize, of course, we are all on Treaty 4 lands. And I want to introduce a number of delegations that are here in the audience, both for our First Nations. There will be delegations or just in the audience. So I'll begin with Chief Darrell Watson of the Mr. Wasis First Nation, Chief Lynn Acous, Sakamay First Nation, Councillor Claire Acous, Sakamay First Nation, Councillor Paula Acous, Sakamay First Nation, Rainey Daniels, Sakamay First Nation Youth, Councillor Leslie Pachawas, Mr. Wasis First Nation, Anthony Johnston, Mr. Wasis First Nation Special Projects, and Dr. Blair Stonechild and his wife Sylvia. Dr. Stonechild is a First Nations University of Canada professor and residential school survivor. A nice round of applause to welcome them here this evening. Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to our first order of business beyond that, and that's our presentation of the Henry Baker Scholarships. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. This is one of those nights that I think that is rather special in Henry Baker Hall. We get a chance to introduce a whole lot of people that understand commitment and understand excellence and make an academic commitment for the future that we as a city and as a province will benefit from greatly. I'm also always impressed that when we do this night, we actually have one of the deans from the university come out, and we have again tonight Dr. Glenn Donnelly, who's here, and I wish to welcome him and thank him for coming very much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce to you 17 people who have achieved many things in their life and have a very bright future. I'll begin with a little description as to what's happened here in council in the last year so that you understand. We have extended the scholarship to a few more categories. Now, if you were to go across Canada and check and see if anybody else does this, hear me clearly, they do not. We're the only place in Canada that stands with our university and our post-secondary institutions to make sure that they are recognized and recognized in a public way. So if you went to other cities, you might find a scholarship and you probably would find none. So today, because of the support of council, we in fact have extended this to some of the more private of institutions as well, and we have a couple of candidates. Unfortunately, the first one is not here tonight, but I'd like you to introduce you to her. She's from the Globe Theatre. Her name is Jennifer Bishop. Jennifer has long been involved with Saskatchewan Native Theatre Company, both as a participant as a young person, and now she has evolved to become a coordinator in charge of the 3 programs. This year, Jennifer applied for and was accepted into the Globe Theatre Conservatory program. This is an intense experience that results in a role in one of the Globe Theatre's main stage productions. She is a committed artist. I'd like you to acknowledge, please, Jennifer Bishop. Next up is Robin Sanderson. Robin is a recent graduate of the U of R Bachelor of Fine Arts program. Robin is also enrolled in the Globe Theatre Conservatory program. This committed artist has volunteered at the Dallas Valley Ranch and with the Theatre Students Association. We are pleased to encourage the development of professional artists like you and wish you continued success. Ladies and gentlemen, Robin Sanderson. Very good. Next up is from the Gabriel Dumont Institute, and it is Crystal Norris. Crystal comes to us from the Northwest Territories. She's the first person in her family to graduate from high school. Because she had been influenced by so many role model teachers, she too wishes to become a teacher. Crystal has been involved in many aspects of her Métis culture, volunteering for Walking with Our Sisters, the Witness Blanket, and traveled to Newfoundland to participate in the Aboriginal Citizens in the 21st Century Conference. We trust this mom will contribute greatly to education. Treslie Touron Bouvier. Born in Moosomin, Treslie and her family left when she was young for BC. But this married woman and mom has returned to her home of Saskatchewan. She is enrolled in the Urban Native Teacher Education Program, and she also works full-time. While engaged in many Métis organizations and volunteer efforts, Treslie also serves on the board of the Transcona Park Child Care Co-op. Treslie, we wish you continued success. Sask Polytech, Anastasia Simchich. A graduate of Dr. Martin Leboldas High School, music is her passion. Whether the school board or the Royal Conservatory, Anastasia has achieved success. She has been involved in dance and helps instruct many younger students. Anastasia is enrolled in nursing, and we wish you continued success. Deanna Polson, also a nursing student. Deanna graduated from Tom Collegiate. This young lady loves dogs. She works at a kennel and has many dogs in her care, and she's volunteered with the Regina Humane Society. Her goal, while still evolving, would be to likely work in an emergency room in a hospital. All the best to you, Deanna. Casey Peart, a working career began as a carpentry assistant. Motherhood with a 5- and 2-year-old added to life, and now in her second year of nursing, she has found her passion. Casey wants to work in healthcare promotion and improve the life of the community, advocating for marginalized people. Driving change may be her mantra. She also strives to improve the ecology in the area around Fort Qu'Appelle. Casey, you have a very bright future. Jessica Dunster. There's a theme coming here. Jessica is also enrolled in nursing. After beginning her work career in interior design, she switched to nursing. In her first community placement, she went to Search, a community healthcare initiative. The executive director saw promise and nominated her to become a team leader, and now she's the programming chair. Her current area of interest is pediatrics, which has led to more volunteering at the pediatric unit in the General Hospital. Thanks for your commitment to our community. Elise Paquin. An aspiring social worker, Elise volunteers with the Regina Education on Child Hunger, the Catholic Archdiocese of Regina, and with Sophia House, hoping to continue her volunteer efforts through university and enhance her abilities to be an effective social worker. We wish you the best, Elise. Casey Morin. As with all scholarship winners, Casey has maintained top academic standing. She has volunteered for years with Hope's Home, Juvenile Diabetes Walk, and the Canadian Breast Cancer Society. A champion softball player and a competitive curler, as well as a successful bowler, Casey hopes to become a teacher, but to incorporate time studying abroad as part of her program. Well done, Casey. Ala Safia Bazrit. A graduate of the Regina Hoda School, Alana arrived in Canada when she was 8 months old. Now a second-year political science student, Ala aspires to become a lawyer. She's been influenced by her volunteer efforts at such places as Carmichael Outreach, the Food Bank, William Booth Care Home. Her goal is to help humanity, one person at a time. I'm proud of you. Next gentleman is not here, but I'd like to introduce you to Jonathan Florick, a committed high achiever academically. Jonathan is working towards a software engineering degree, but also contemplating a future in architecture. The CIBC Run for the Cure receives Jonathan's annual support and is now seeing the Humane Society and Habitat for Humanity as also part of his volunteer future. Just for fun, he's designing a mobile city building game. We may be looking for this young man in our employ. Congratulations, Jonathan. James Hill, currently enrolled in a bachelor's degree in kinesiology, major in human kinetics, with a goal to be in medical school come fall 2017. This past summer, James worked in a research lab because of an award from the Research Council of Canada. He has represented his department on a variety of university events. He's a longtime volunteer at Echo Lake Bible Camp and has been on many missions to the northern Saskatchewan. Those trips to our north means that James would like to practice medicine in Saskatchewan. And James, we would welcome you. Rachel Willis. Rachel, while currently being an undergrad, already is setting groundwork for her life career, an ophthalmologist. She works with an ophthalmologist, volunteers at the General Hospital, does research and tutors at the Mass Stats Center at Campion College. She also volunteers at William Booth and the Eye Health Center and still manages to perform as a Highland dance group. A very focused young woman who will do great things. Derek Dawson. Currently enrolled in industrial systems engineering, Derek would like to pursue work in power generation and the transportation of that power. He is the president of the U of R racing team. That is, a group of engineers who design, fabricate, and race mini Baja vehicles in international competitions. He's also an elite hockey official who's officiated all over the province, and he rounds himself out by being involved in the Regina Philharmonic Choir, a rather diverse set of interests. Continued success, sir. Postgraduate, Umar Asan. He's working on the FOG network, the next revolutionary step in the cloud computing area, bringing cloud closer to end users. If successful in developing a test bed, it would be revolutionary. A specific application, monitoring home electrical usage here in Saskatchewan, decreasing monthly power bills. He's a busy volunteer on the U of R Senate, Executive Council, Student Union, to name a few. He has a desire to help international students navigate the U of R experience. We're excited to have you as part of our community. Jody Begalki. This mother of two young children volunteers within her church, teaches Sunday school and in the preschool, as well as with the Kidney Foundation. Jody is a registered nurse. She is currently both a practicing nurse and an instructor teaching undergraduate nursing students. In her research, she is to explore the narrative experiences of pregnant women living in Regina who have substance abuse, and intent of exploring how the women are understood and trying to shift the care practices. We are fortunate, Jody, to have you in our community. And we have a number of people on the adjudication team that I'd like to welcome down. In no particular order, Grace McLeod from First Nations University, Amy Briley from Gabriel Dumont, Ruth Smiley from Globe Theatre, Melanie Britton from Sask Polytech, Darlene Sorensen from the U of R Grad Studies, Karen Brown from the U of R, Todd Schwartz from the City of Regina, and Jim Nickel from the City of Regina. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our Scholarship Award winners. come down to take a picture as well, okay? Don't be shy. Come on. Okay, let's see. All right, so what's going to happen is everybody here wants to over. You're in here as you. Two grays. Change places. Okay. Once they're done, look at me for fun. Everybody can shoot now. No, the camera, just the camera. All right, this side over here, a little bit of space, just the first floor. Just like that. Matt, give us just a floor. Okay, everybody breathe. Good. And okay, so I can't see you. Right there. You don't have to hold them up in front of you. Rest them down just a little bit. All right. Breathe. It's a fun moment. Enjoy the moment. Give them all a round of applause while I take a picture. Two last ones at this height. Nice and tall. See? We're all still looking good. Josh. Again. A little bit for beat. There we go. One last one, please. Just breathe. Moisten your lips if you like. Good. Right there. Thank you.
So we'll wait for the gallery to clear before we start our rest of our committee meeting. Well, I guess we're ready to go. I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask for motion for to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll move the agenda as amended with additions from the clerk.
Thank you. A seconder for that?
Second, Your Worship.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have minutes for the August 29th and September 19th council meetings.
I would move the minutes here, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. A seconder? Councillor Hawkins, any discussion on the minutes? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'll move into delegations, communications, and public notes, bylaws, and related reports. We will get to the Regina Indian Industrial School Cemetery application for heritage designation. Our first delegation is Chief Darrell Watson. Good evening, Mr. Watson. Chief Watson, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You'll have, as I mentioned earlier, 5 minutes to speak, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, council members. My name is Chief Darrell Watson. I represent the community of the Mistawasses Nehewak, Treaty 6 territory. Pamos, what's peace ground it and ask mama what I mau and sipe miak mu kis kansuyak mi map and sikan kakya miasik probably paksame nan. I asked Creator today for this opportunity to speak to council with a very important issue that relates to my community. As you're well aware, back in the early days, back in 1876, Chief Mistawasses was one of the chief signatories to Treaty Number 6, and we as descendants of that community are here today to speak to the Regina Indian Industrial School historical designation, municipal designation. A little history. My community has been involved in education for a number of years, given the fact that as a cornerstone of any nation, education is paramount in my nation. With the designation process, the Regina Industrial School was established in 1891. Of that, 53 of my members' descendants were part of the industrial school. They came and traveled 2 or 3 days. I can't imagine the adversity and determination that it took my members of those days to travel 3 or 4 days with horse and wagon to see something better for their lives and their community. But as a result of what happened, you know, the stories, you know, of the challenges of trying to live and survive back in those days, the diseases and all that, there was some of our members that were impacted severely, and we estimate that 4 or 5, possibly more of our members are buried in the cemetery that we speak of today. So this brings, you know, us forward today as a nation to, you know, to speak of the importance of the designation of the cemetery. As far back as we could remember, our community has always been, you know, forging ahead with education as being paramount to our nation. Today we have a number of our First Nation members that, you know, that have legal and professional designations of all sorts. Just recently, one of our band members, Miriam Buller, was tasked with the responsibility of leading the Murdered and Missing Women's Inquiry. She's a member of our nation. So again, you can see the importance of why we're here today and offer our support to the designation of the cemetery. So again, on behalf of my nation, I thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak and support, you know, the municipal designation of the cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watson. Are there questions of the chief?
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
councillors, I simply want to say, as a member of the United Church of Canada that has pledged itself to uphold the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, including those that pertain to the cemeteries, that it's an honor to stand with Chief Watson and just simply symbolize that support.
Thank you very much for that. There are questions. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks so much, Chief, for being here. We really appreciate it. I guess my question is about the records kept at this school. You mentioned there's 53 students you think came through the school from your First Nation. And just out of curiosity, how were those records kept? I know in some of the later presentations, we're not sure if, it seems like some records are there and some are missing. So I'm just wondering where that number came from. Thanks.
Well, as far back as we can remember, the federal government record stated that in 1881-82, Mistawasses had petitioned the federal government to invoke, you know, the education clause of treaty. From there, the Presbyterian Church of Canada missionary was established in our community. And in 1891, the day school at Mistawasses, which was led by the Presbyterian Church, which kept the records, of all the participants that travel to Regina to participate in educational opportunities. So from there, I think this is where most of the information that we're gathering is from the Churches of Canada, but also the Indian Affairs records, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thanks for traveling.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chief. It's great to hear you and see that you're coming from this far. And it might have been different so many years ago by foot and horse and buggy to come down here. It took you 4 hours. What does it mean to your community for this designation?
I think it put things in proper context and perspective, because it impacts our community greatly when we look at, the history of our community, the vibrant community that I represent, the importance of education and getting away from, the systemic images that are being portrayed today in all sectors of our society. As First Nations people, we always strive, to maintain excellence and looking at ways and means to be positive contributive to society, and education is that avenue. So as far back as we can remember, we had high school graduates as far back as the 1890s. So when we look at history and putting that into context, a lot of the history books don't really tell and portray the positive image of who we are as First Nations people. So this opportunity gives us now the ability to tell the real story of why, we feel that the importance of preserving, the industrial school memory is quite vital to our community.
Your Worship, question on forgiveness. Is this designation who kind of give a little bit of a better look at looking at our forgiving what's been happening, what happened in the years? This helps?
It helps immensely as we as First Nations people. Forgiveness is something that we cherish, and we always are at the forefront of respecting, all aspects of society, but more so in our ceremony and things that we do. Forgiveness is always at the forefront. So to us, forgiveness is something that we take, seriously.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation, for being here this evening. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll go on to our next delegation, Dr. Blair Stonechild. Dr. Stonechild, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
My name is Blair Stonechild, and I represent the Treaty 4 Heritage Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address City Council today. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of volunteers called the Treaty 4 Heritage Committee, who are dedicated to restoring and bringing about respect for the heritage of Treaty Number 4. I was sent to residential school, but I never heard anything about the Regina Indian Industrial School. My family moved into Regina in the mid-1960s. That's when the Capella Indian Residential School was closing, and I was transferred to Regina to complete my high school at Campion Collegiate. I was the only First Nation student there and felt very isolated. This may seem odd to say, but perhaps knowing about the Regina Indian Industrial School might have given me some solace. Those of you who are familiar with the literature will know about the iconic photograph of Thomas Moore and his transformation from savage to civilized. He came from my First Nation, Muscopheating. Sadly, he died of tuberculosis shortly after that photograph was taken. It should have been no surprise that the Regina Indian Industrial School was established. After all, the main proponent who studied and recommended that such schools be built was none other than Nicholas Flood Davin, the founder of the Leader Post. And what a tremendous investment was made. The main school building was the largest edifice in nascent Regina of the 1890s. This, along with a dozen smaller structures, occupied a half section of land, of what was designated Indian Reserve land, between what is now the cemetery and the Paul Dojak Center, which stands where the original school was. What happened to that reserve? No one seems to know, or is interested in asking. The plans for the school were amazingly ambitious. Its ambition and costs, as well as the dismal approach to education, were what ultimately doomed the school to failure. One could only ask how things might have turned out differently. After all, First Nations did want education, though not in the form of residential schools. What if the schools had allowed parents to visit more and allowed them to have a say in how the school was run? What if the educators had understood that Indigenous people are not lazy or stupid, but instead had a much more cautious and respectful approach to life. However, they were extremely vulnerable. After high school, I opted to attend McGill University as I found the racial atmosphere in Regina a little too much to bear. During the summers, I returned to Regina to work. In the early 1970s, while doing research for the Federation of Saskatchewan Indians, I came across information on the Regina Indian Industrial School, which I just mentioned. At that time, however, all of the priority was being placed on Indian land entitlements and land surrenders. So what is the point of all of this? There's no question that we finally need to honor the spirits of those children by recognizing and designating the cemetery site. However, this is only the beginning of a longer journey of addressing the calls for action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, something which I know the city wishes to pursue. Now, there is a modern institution that has a similar mission of promoting Indigenous education in an urban context. I'm referring to the First Nations University of Canada, which has just marked its 40th anniversary. This institution has been a leader in reconciliation ever since its beginning. How different would Regina be had this institution never existed and the thousands of Indigenous and non-Indigenous students not been exposed to its teachings and interpersonal relations? When the university was established in 1976, the intent of designating its site as Indian Reserve land was clearly stated and understood by all parties. Yet, after 40 years, the question needs to be asked, why has that designation not yet occurred? In fairness, I understand that the City of Regina does endorse and support that reserve creation. However, other parties are hesitant, specifically bankers, who are holding the process up.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. This situation exacerbated by unpredictable federal and provincial funding. What does this say about the societal environment First Nations continue to live in? I hope that we can all work on these issues together in the spirit of reconciliation and as the Creator intended we should. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stonechild. As I say, I do have to stick to the 5 minutes. I do apologize for that. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Murray?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Mr. Stonechild, your presentation was cut off shortly, slightly. Was there more that you wanted to add that you didn't have a chance to?
No, that's all.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming forward.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Dr. Stonechild, for coming forward.
Maybe I should turn your microphone on.
Thank you for coming forward with a very interesting presentation. My question is this: what would designation as reserve land for First Nations University mean to the university, and do you have suggestions on how it best might be achieved?
Well, for one thing, it would guarantee some stability. I know that in the face of the financial problems, actually some people were actually talking about selling the building in order to allow the institution to survive. I mean, that's pretty dire, when it comes to that point. I think that certainly the city needs to help in terms of throwing its full support and talking to the other parties in order to get their, firm backing. We need leadership, and I think the city can certainly step up and help provide that leadership. And I know that our president, Mark Dockstader, has made this a priority. Our board of governors have made this a priority, but there are obstacles. I've mentioned one of them, and apparently that's one of the major obstacles.
Thank you very much. First Nations University, of course, has been a wonderful partner with the University of Regina, and I'm pleased to see you bring this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? There are none. Thank you very much, Dr. Stonechild, for your presentation and answering questions. We will now move to our third delegation, Chief Lynn Acous. Welcome once again to City Council Chambers. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Chief Lynn Acous from Saguenay First Nation. I want to say Aninchikwa, Mino Tipikan. I acknowledge and say hello and good evening to Your Worship, Mayor Fougere, City Council, First Nations leaders, friends, and attendees. I'm here to, of course, speak in support of the designation of the Regina Indian Industrial School Cemetery as a municipal heritage property. And I just want to talk a little bit about collective memory and about some of the words that were spoken previously by the two speakers ahead of me about collective memory. The existence of, I guess, the Regina Industrial School had almost been erased from our collective memory. I myself, my grandmother, Madeline O'Soup, attended school there briefly before she was sent to the Qu'Appelle Indian Industrial School at Lebret. The Councillor Fraser asked a question about the records. There was very poor record keeping. So I don't think we'll ever really know unless we put our minds and some energy and resources towards establishing some research around exactly how many students went there, exactly how many students are buried there. That's unknown. That's yet to be determined. There's yet to be some, I think, some ground truthing through the ground penetration technology that's available to us now to really determine where and how many graves are there at that site. That's part of our responsibility collectively, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people of this region. It's all of our responsibility to find those things out and also to do some research around exactly how many students went there and where were these students from and what was their story. I know my grandmother's story. I know my grandfather's story. We have those stories, but those stories are not the general public. They don't know those stories about our family members. Zagame First Nation, according to the record, we may have had as many as 10 students there. I believe it's more. There were quite a number of Presbyterian people from Zagame. The last known family name was that attended there was Nawakisikwep. That family name is also obliterated from history. There's no longer, that family name no longer exists in our First Nation. So I think that this designation is a good step towards a difficult process. It's a very painful legacy that we need to rise above collectively, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. That narrative is not going to it's not going to be well understood for a few generations, but this is a start. And I want to really thank the mayor and the city council for your support and your commitment to achieve or to hold fast to the 94 recommendations made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I thank you very much for your time. I want to just end by saying we're committed. We're committed to creating a living culture out of the memory of these children. We need to maintain a living culture, not just monuments and edifices. We need a living culture together that celebrates our partnership in our territory, in Treaty 4 territory. And it also brings us together so that we understand one another and we hold
30 seconds. Sorry.
We hold each other's histories up together. Miigwech.
Thank you so much. I apologize again for that. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Okay. Thanks to you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation. I appreciate your thoughts and words here. Just if you have anything else to add. Thanks.
No, I just want to say again, once again, Kichimegwech.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next delegation. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move to our next delegation, Janine Windolf and Mary Jessie. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have collectively 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you. Your Worship and City Councilors, this is Janine Windolf, the President of the Regina Indian Industrial School Commemoration Association. My name is Mary Jessie. I'm an associate member and also a member at First Presbyterian Church in Regina. The association is made up of Indigenous people, churches, archaeologists, and concerned citizens, and we would like to speak to our application for municipal heritage property designation briefly. First, we'd like to share some facts about the school with you as a reminder of the hundreds of children and their families whose lives were affected by this place. The school was opened from 1891 to 1910, owned by the Canadian government and operated by the Presbyterian Church in Canada. 500 Indigenous children attended. The youngest were ages 3, the oldest were aged 21. Students came from 45 First Nations and many treaty areas across what is now Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. And we know there are 35 to 40 child burials in the cemetery, including 6 graves outside the current fence site. We know that many more children became sick, went home, and died in their home communities. The school was later demolished, the cemetery remains, and it is on land that is privately owned. The abandoned cemetery came to light a few years ago, and since then we have informed affected First Nations, conducted historical research, and shared the story in many public presentations. Many Regina students now study this school and the cemetery as part of their curriculum. We consulted with TRC Commissioners Justice Sinclair and Marie Wilson, as well as many knowledge keepers. And we've also consulted with the landowner who agrees with the heritage designation. Speaking for churches involved, we want to say that our involvement is one way to express our apology for the great harms we have done to Indigenous people. And by joining hands with others, we know it is the right way to honor these children and go forward in reconciliation.
I'm Janine Windolf, and I just wanted to reinforce the designation would help us begin our healing journey by addressing Call to Action 75. We've been working with city, with church, with communities, doing a lot of outreach that have led us to the designation package that you guys have before you. And we want to make sure to talk about how designation will create a space where we can gather together that will bring together First Nations, Regina citizens, and to go beyond. Our goal is, crossing our fingers, that municipal status goes through, then we'll move to provincial and federal, and this will really take its map on First Nations history. I don't have much to add because she speaks so well, and you've probably heard enough from me lately, so thank you for your time and appreciate every opportunity I've had to come talk to you on this matter.
Thank you very much for your joint presentation. Other members of council with questions? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening, ladies. I do wish to hear a little bit more, so would you mind if you look to the future, and it is now, 10 years down the path, what do you see for the burial site, and what does it look like? And speak specifically, if you could, to the gathering.
Well, for the site itself, the goal is to protect where the burial sites are, to extend the fence where 6 other children have been buried, to include them into the site, and to work with an artist to commemorate not only the children that we suspect are down there, but all the children who went to the Regina Indian Industrial School. Part of it is the legacy took away culture, language, identity, and by acknowledging and putting this piece of history back in our collective memory, it allows us to begin healing. And so that space becomes to represent healing after so many years of representing otherwise those cycles of negativity. So it's a chance to move forward in a good way.
Thank you. And if you would just mind commenting on one other question, the landowner, do you have his support? And if you could just describe that.
Well, the landowner's rep is here. If I can get him to please stand.
You can't address the gallery at the moment, but we may get to you in just a moment. Thank you.
Okay. He's here and he's
Yes.
supportive of the
Yes.
designation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for being here in your presentation. We have two communications from Chief Ira MacArthur from the Pheasant Rump Nakota First Nation and James Fro. Could I have a motion to accept those?
I'll move the communications.
Okay, and a seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now move to the recommendation report from Planning Commission on the heritage designation application for the Regina Indian Industrial School Cemetery at 701 Pinky Road. Councillor O'Donnell.
If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to this, please.
Seconder, please. Okay.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask the administration perhaps to comment on the process and what this would mean if this is passed tonight, then I will make my personal comments.
Ms. Harlech.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Breers to go through the process.
Ms. Breers.
Through you, your worship. With respect to the process for designation, in front of you tonight is a bylaw. That bylaw would essentially designate the property by being registered on title. This evening, if that bylaw is passed, then that process to register the designation on title would occur pretty much immediately. And through that process, we notify the owner that that property has been designated. We have also committed to report that designation out to interested parties. Essentially, once the designation's on title, any plans to build or to alter that site would be something that would be reviewed under the provisions of that bylaw to ensure that the cemetery is protected.
And if I could ask staff as well to confirm that the owner of the land is in support of this designation.
Ms. Breers.
Through you, your worship. Yes, the owner has indicated verbally that they are in support of the designation.
Thank you very much. If I could, I'll just make a couple of personal comments. First of all, from a planning commission perspective, we appreciated the presentation that we had, and we have full support and would seek council's endorsement of this as well. If I could, I'll make a couple of my own comments. Perhaps it's coincidental and perhaps not. I want to just reflect a little bit on the evening. You would have heard earlier tonight and saw 17 people who have made a commitment academically. What I hope that you heard in there is that in addition to the fact that we're many nurses and chosen professions, you heard of people that came from a variety of background. And they came from a variety of background, not just a country, but left our province to come back because here their culture is being respected. And I think this is part of that process. So I'm not only proud of those young people, but I want you to understand what it means for them to come back to here and be part and see what's going on here. That's one. Two, I want to also give a further assurance, and I told this at Planning Commission, and there's a young lady who's heard me say this a few times. I'm going to repeat it. A few years ago, when we were looking at annexation and we were looking at the GTH, I was contacted by a number of landowners to the west of the city. They wanted to look at drainage, and so I was out in a pickup truck traveling the hills and valleys of the west of Regina to get that straight. But when we all stopped, there was these 4 or 5 pickup trucks and this group of people, and they said, okay, we're done that. We want to make sure you hear something. There is a cemetery over there, and you need to look after that. What they told me was that, one, they were aware of the cemetery. Two, some of them, their fathers included, had gone over and tended to that to make sure it was protected. I don't remember this part of the story clearly, but I believe that the original fence that was put there was by those people. Now, they will not come forward tonight or tomorrow night. They are private citizens who very much respected the situation, what went on there. But I have heard back from them on more than one occasion about how it's important. So the assurance is you have a captive audience. You have, as delegations, been respectful. passionate and well-spoken, but the word has carried farther and has been thought of before. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Boy, the impact of losing children in our community is devastating. For a long time, there's great sadness for all communities affected. I'm glad to stand here tonight and support this designation to help the healing journey begin and to honor those souls that we've lost in their final resting place. I want to thank all of you who have come here tonight to share with us your stories and your information, and for those who have worked hard to make that happen. I'm proud to support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in support of the heritage designation of the Regina Indian Industrial Cemetery at Pinkie Road. This is a proud moment for us. I'm honored to have been part of this journey to designate the Pinkie Road Cemetery. And then just to make a couple more comments, Your Worship, Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee worked really hard to bring this to light. When I arrived at the committee in 2012, this Pinkie Road Cemetery was brought to the table, and we started working on it. But first, before I go to the names, I'd like to name some of the members of the Heritage Advisory Committee. I believe there's Nadim Islam here. And when we started working on the discussions and looking at the church being part of it, the First Nations, the chiefs, Indigenous people being part of it, the owners were right there. I remember the first meeting we had where I believe Chief Kennedy was asking about talk to the landowner. And I told him, look over to your left, the landowner is right beside you. And I believe that's where everything started. And then the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee really rolled up the sleeves and went to work. And one gentleman, specifically Keith Knox, who has passed away, he's been on the Heritage Committee since '95, and he did not forget. He wanted to make sure before anything, even before he passed away, he knew he had a feeling that he had so much to go, and he made sure that the discussion on Pinkie Road and the designation, as not just the designation, but teaching and showing people what's there and what happened at that time. So Keith Knox was the long-serving member of the advisory committee. We have Donald Block, who was on the committee. May Chan has been on the committee. We have Ken Lizinski, David McClellan, Ray Plosker. We had Ingrid Thiessen and Victor Thomas. So, Your Worship, this is the beginning of healing and learning and understanding who we are as people, and to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That's the lesson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Murray.
Michael, you did right. Sorry.
You go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Murray, yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, I was showing your coughs are just the time, just the right ways. Your Worship, I am honored to be able to participate in this particular discussion at this time. When I think about my tenure on council and the major decisions and the things we've had the opportunity to do, few of them are as emotional for me as this one. These are children, these are families, these were lives, these are human beings who had their lives dramatically changed. Some of the important things that I'm going to miss about doing this is being able to have an impact on people, on truly great people. We heard from them today. Many of them sat quiet. It's truly an honor to stand up and support this designation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just before I begin, one question for administration, if I could. Several of the delegations referenced the fact of uncertainty that there might be some burial sites outside of the designated area. Are there safeguards in place that if something, as more research goes on, if there is discovery, that everything's stopped and protected until it can be dealt with appropriately?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Breers to answer that.
Ms. Breers?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the nature of the designation bylaw is in effect to protect the cemetery, which is within the fenced area, and any burials that may be to the south of that fenced area. That's why there is a larger site being designated than just the fenced area itself. We refer to the area beyond the fence as the buffer zone, so that there is protection of any burials outside of that fenced area itself. And further to that, once the designation bylaw is in place, if any plans are received by the city, like building permits or development permits, they would all be reviewed to ensure that any of that land, all that land is protected from any disturbance.
Okay, thank you very much. I too would just like to say that I certainly rise to add my voice of support to the designation, and I'd certainly like to thank all the delegations for coming and sharing their feelings and interpretation of what this designation means. That I do too hope that this does provide sort of a first step in moving forward on healing, and I do like the comment when one mentioned that hopefully this is a step in the direction of building a new culture, because I would certainly like to see that happen. We've got a wonderful city, and I think this is sort of a step in the right direction, so I certainly will be supporting the designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and definitely rise in support of this. A couple of things going forward I'd like to know about. When it becomes a heritage designation, which I'm assuming tonight we'll go through, what responsibilities of upkeep and maintenance and management do we do as a city in the heritage aspect of this property?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Breers to go through the process.
Ms. Breers?
Through you, Your Worship, there are no financial implications to the city in terms of designating the property. We do not take on any responsibility to maintain the cemetery. That ownership, the maintenance responsibility remains with the property owner. None of that has changed through the designation process.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, I know there was discussion last couple of meetings about putting up monuments and putting up new fencing, and now we're talking that there's land adjacent to it and outside of it because of potential for the graves. Are we going to be looking at that with the landowners, or do the interested parties go through with that, or how is that? What's the next step if they want to expand it or monument it or shrine it or however? I'm not sure exactly what the right word is, but how would we go about that for the next steps going forward?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I might start and ask Ms. Breers to expand, but at this point, we're always working in collaboration with the landowners, and they would come forward with us, and we would look at that, opportunities to expand if that's the case, and whether or not anything that they brought forward could meet maybe one of our grant programs for things such as that.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? No, we're good. Yeah, no, I'm definitely in support of this. So I think it is about time, and I'm just hoping that there are not other ones out there. But unfortunately, it sounds like there could be some. So we'll pray for them as well.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have before us on the screen the legal description of this cemetery, which is important for the bylaw and for the designation. But when you visit the cemetery, and I had the honor of being part of the 2016 Memorial Walk, and you see that cemetery with its little white fence, and you think about the parents who sent their children and never heard from them or saw them again, and you think about all the things that might have happened there and with all the families involved, and that's where you understand what this means and what the importance of this is. One of the things we heard this evening that was impressive to me was history as collective voices. All of us studied history in school, and very often history is written from a bias or a point of view. And things are left out and things are put in according to who writes that history. And so many of us read and studied history that did not have any of the real history in it. And so tonight we began to hear some of that history and the collective voices and the history as culture. And so I'm hoping to hear much more of that so that we all understand what actually happened in this province. And I really look forward to having all of the chiefs and others come back to us when we do other things to follow the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Fraser, could you take the chair, please?
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm very honored and pleased to stand before this council and the delegations to rise in support of this motion before us, and very pleased and humbled to do that. I think Councillor Murray expressed in an emotion where I think how we all feel here. This is about children, many people's children who were never seen again. And it is very much a dark time in our history, and I think the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, its report, its 6 years of going through the process, has really begun to shine light on again, a part of our history that is really difficult for everyone to accept. But accept the responsibility, we have to do that, and I think we're doing that. The term that I heard used, which I like a lot, is collective memory. And I think that really goes to the longer we go through this process of reconciliation, the more clear that memory is and how it impacts everyone. I want to thank Chief Watson and Chief Akous for being here, and the other delegations for standing up and speaking to the impact that this report has before us, which is really the municipal designation of this site. Now, members will note on Appendix A there is a picture that shows the amount of land that's under designation. It's much larger than the actual site itself. I want to say that because Chief Akous talked about that. We're not sure how big that cemetery is. We're not sure how many people are there. The records are imperfect and unclear. So the intent of the administration, the intent of this council, and the intent of the RISE Commemorative Association and all parties is to do honor to that site in the best way possible. It is to extend the heritage designation to ensure we find out as much as possible the boundaries of that cemetery. But this is only just a start. Council passed a motion earlier this year, unanimously, asking the administration to come back with a report by the end of this year on how we can implement and move forward on all recommendations as they relate to municipalities. And it was a thought of council at that time, and it remains so now. The first most important symbolic and substantive thing to move on was the cemetery. And tonight we see a concrete step forward, not an ending, a beginning of a process of respect and reconciliation. Councillor Young and I did take that walk earlier this year with other members of the administration. Very powerful walk, a very powerful emotional discussion we had at the site. And this is the very least we can do, and again, at a very difficult time in our history. So I stand here very much in favor of this designation. We all support the work of the committee, with our administration, with Indigenous peoples, to do the right thing on this site, to do the right thing with respect to the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations coming forward. We'll have another longer discussion in December, because there are other things we should be doing with respect to education, with respect to other designations that we need to do in our community to continue the healing process. Very, very proud to be here, to stand here in favor of the recommendations tonight. Councillor Down, do you want to close debate? Okay. There are no other speakers on the report, so I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Good. Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to begin once again with our next delegation on D-16-104. This is to Chad Novak. This is related to the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. So Novak, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, maybe questions afterwards, and I'd ask that you look at the approved version from the clerk's office.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak, and I am here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. I am also here as a candidate for Ward 4 City Council in this fall's municipal election, which includes the area in question here this evening. Just to go on record, my speech has been edited, so if people would like to see the full speech, they can go on my website. Thank you for your time. It's obvious that many long, hard months of planning have gone into this document, and I applaud all involved in this strenuous process. Considering all of the time that went into the planning of it, it would stand to reason that a document of this caliber would then be returned to the residents of Regina for a say on whether it meets their expectations from the 2 open houses, and to see if there are still any concerns that need to be addressed. There is absolutely no valid reason why we should rush through the approval of this plan, given how long it has taken to get to this point. It should also be noted that there are other developments around our city that have been put on the back burner specifically for this project. And I feel it is only fair that they are given priority over these lands, which until 2012 weren't even a part of the city's short or long-term plans. This was, after all, a major reason why the former owners of these lands sold them to the current landowners, because they were told by the City of Regina that they could not develop their lands for city purposes for the foreseeable future. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if the former landowners were granted this development opportunity, they would most certainly not have sold the lands and would have worked with the city to create a similar development plan as you see before you here this evening. Unfortunately, because of how these landowners were treated by the City of Regina, they are now losing out on hundreds of millions of dollars in profit that these current developers are reaping the benefits of. There was actually a comment made at the Regina Planning Commission meeting about how it was amazing to see so many landowners coming together and to develop a neighborhood plan as one, with few disagreements or dissension between them. Well, when you have the ability to make hundreds of millions of dollars off the backs of taxpayers with little to no recourse, I don't think it's so difficult to understand why this has developed it has. I've made my feelings well known about how the Pacer Ballpark relocation was mishandled and the best interest of residents of Regina was not in the front of mind when choosing their new location, rather the profit of private shareholders who have direct connections to the City Council and City Hall.
So Novak, you please state your text.
I apologize, sir. I did not print off the edited one that you guys sent me, so I'm just doing my best to kind of keep on it. At the end of the day, nothing I say this evening could reasonably convince you this plan may be a bad idea. After all, they've had several months, a multitude of partners, and millions of dollars to develop the plan before you. And I'm only one person on my own time with 5 minutes. The taxpayers deserve a detailed and respectful public consultation process with all stakeholders impacted by this plan. The one key stakeholder that's been missing all along, even if you want to consider what limited open houses there allegedly were, has been the general public. You recall how much public consultation and back and forth there was regarding the development of the official community plan. This plan deserves just as much attention and public scrutiny as the OCP did if we want it done right. So I strongly encourage you to please return this plan to administration to allow for a proper public consultation process, and so that we aren't rushing this project through before the election for fear of what the new council might think of it. I want to thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the
Didn't
gallery.
think so. Good
And
night.
we'll move forward to our next delegation. Mr. Bob Linner. Mr. Linner, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. As you know full well, 5 minutes, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Your Worship, Mayor Fugier, Member of City Council, my name is Bob Linner. I'm an independent planning consultant. I appear before you this evening specifically representing the real estate division of the City of Regina, who engaged me to represent their interests as landowner in the preparation of this Southeast Neighborhood Plan. But more significantly, Your Worship, I've been delegated by all of the major landowners sponsoring this plan to convey their collective support for the recommendations before you this evening. These landowners identified in the reports before you are Dream Development, Chuka Creek Developers, City of Regina, Long Lake Investments, Aurora Retail Corporation, and the Naskar Gurdwara Gurkish Temple. These landowners, Your Worship, represent a diverse and significant group with various interests and expectations who have come together through 2 years of collaborative work with the able assistance of the planning and engineering consultants in your administration to prepare this plan for approval. The interests of these landowners are very diverse and cover the spectrum of land uses from residential of all densities, mixed use, commercial, industrial, and open space to create a neighborhood as your Design Regina OCP intends for people to live, work, and play in a positive and integrated community. Your Worship, this process has been collaborative, thorough, inclusive, and transparent. The plan has the full support of all of these major landowners. We do wish to emphasize, Your Worship, that throughout the process, the guiding framework has been your Design Regina OCP growth vision, values, and policies. That document articulates Council's aspirations and vision. It provided to the landowners the necessary discipline and direction to achieve this complex plan at the standard required and to bring the parties to the necessary consensus. We are very pleased to have achieved full conformity with your Design Regina OCP as your administration report sets out. Your Worship, we're prepared here this evening with most of the major landowners here to provide any additional information or answer any questions to support your decision and to urge the approval of the recommendation before you this evening from the Regina Planning Commission and your administration. We thank both of them for their thorough review and reporting. Your Worship, this is presented respectfully on behalf of all the major landowners sponsoring and preparing this plan for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linner, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linner, for coming forward. I just want to ask you one question. You indicate that the plan provides for the development of a positive and integrated complete community where people can work, live, and play. I'm wondering if you can say just a little bit of descriptive information about what that kind of community will look like.
Your Worship, the plan before you provides for a population of approximately 17,000 with probably 5,000 employees working in the area. What it means is that within this complete neighborhood, the integration of the transportation network, the integration of the land uses, and the integration of the pedestrian and connection networks allow people to function and live their lives, live, work, and play within that neighborhood. It follows the principles of integrating and collaborating all of those land uses into a collective neighborhood so that all of those things important to people's lives, to work, live, play, for their children, to go to work, to integrate, and most importantly, Your Worship, to move through the neighborhood by various means, by bicycle, by walking, connecting the pathways, so that this becomes an area where most people can actively fulfill their life's aspirations in one neighborhood.
And just one supplement, if I might. Do you anticipate that that neighborhood will be diverse in terms of the type of residential housing available, the type of commercial development available, and so on?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Those were very strong guiding principles. Your OCP insists quite appropriately on a mixed range of land uses, mixed densities. We've achieved the density target of your OCP of 50 persons per hectare. The industrial areas will be to the east of the bypass. The commercial areas on both the north right along Victoria Avenue and the major commercial area you'll hear about later, and with neighborhood spaces throughout. So it's been achieved through all of those means that are set out as expectations in your OCP.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, Mr. Linner. I have a few questions, but I'm going to begin with one that deals with the report that was going to follow. And it suggests there could be a land amendment here. Could you comment on that and how the other landowners may feel?
Your Worship, Councillor O'Donnell speaks to the request by one of the additional landowners just to add some of his property as commercial from mixed use. The major landowners are fully supportive of that and understand the rationale for that request. So yes, we support that request you'll be hearing from later, and I believe that's specifically in the recommendation before Planning Commission and before you this evening.
Good, thanks very much for that.
It's actually an additional report before Council in any case. Good.
Yep, thanks very much for that clarity. Based on the number of times in your presentation you referenced the official community plan, I'm going to start with that. I have a feeling that the document must have been out in front and then people sat around and said, what does it say? Can we do that? What does it show? Can we follow that? Am I somewhat accurate there?
very accurate, Your Worship. If you look at the document before you in our plan, it starts by saying, what are we expected to deliver here? The primary expectation was we would deliver those policies and principles that were articulated in the OCP. So from the very outset, that was the basic framework and initial starting point for all of our work.
So no fooling, some of the people here are investing dollars and efforts and so on into something that eventually will be saleable. So I don't want to go too far on this, but does the OCP meet the guidelines of what the community expects, and therefore you can translate into what people want, and therefore if you use that as the design, you then have a community that people want to live in and may buy a house?
Your Worship, one of the most important things of planning and investing is stability and certainty and predictability, and that the design OCP provides those basic elements. So the developer and the landowners working forward on this know what is expected and what they have to deliver in order to get approval and move forward with the development. So it has been a critical piece in allowing this Southeast Neighborhood Plan to come before you this evening and meet the expectations of both City Council and the marketability of that land. They are compatible.
Thank you. In times past, there were new neighborhoods, not necessarily with employment by them. I find the ratio of what is expected to be in terms of the number of people living and the number of jobs to be a pretty solid ratio. Would you comment on that?
It's a very high ratio, Your Worship, primarily because there is the industrial area to the east of the new southeast bypass. It's a very high ratio. I think you would find it much higher than the ratio in a residential area. A neighborhood, Your Worship, wouldn't have that commercial component, commercial and industrial component to this extent. So certainly it would be a higher ratio than you would find in any of the other new neighborhoods of the city that I'm familiar with.
Thank you. And could you speak a little bit to the transition to the already developed lands or developing lands to the south? Is there compatibility as I would go north-south?
Your Worship, that was a very important feature. The Greens on Gardner neighborhood community, which has been approved by City Council in several phases, is immediately to the south. And it was very important that the development of both the Southeast Plan and more particularly the Towns and Eastbrook concept plans, which have been approved, were integrated so that it was an easy and free flow. So to the homeowner over the years, there will be a very smooth transition from one area to the other. There will be no significant change as you move from Greens on Gardner into this balance of the Southeast neighborhood. They're highly integrated.
Good, thanks. Are you aware that there's a letter in terms of what is before us tonight from the Arcola East Community Association?
Yes, I am, Your Worship. I attended the meeting along with Mr. Jedlick from Aurora Retail. We presented the report, got a very full discussion with the Arcola East Community Association, and they undertook to provide a letter of support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Linner. In terms of, I guess, sort of market demand of this particular piece of land, would you say that it's at a point now that it's sort of highly attractive or a desirable location that once this plan gets approved, you see sort of large investments imminent in terms of filling the space?
Well, Your Worship, the concept plan for the Towns in Eastbrook has been approved and investment is already occurring there. Servicing is occurring, so there will be houses started either late this fall or next year. The commercial area along Victoria Avenue, the expectations it would move. Some of the additional areas of this has to be phased in with the phasing and finance plan of City Council into the 300. So the first phases we would expect will be moving forward, are already moving forward and will continue to move forward as you move into the 2017 development year, yes.
Would you describe then this is kind of a bit of a stumbling block? We need to get this moving forward sooner than later so that, as you say, there can be certainty for the investors to know that the plan's been approved, that they can start making their plans?
It's extremely important, my apologies, it's extremely important, Your Worship, this be approved so that there is certainty that then the concept plans that lay out the more detailed development and servicing of the various pieces can move forward. But the Southeast Neighborhood Plan is the fundamental framework into which the other concept plans approved. So it's critical that this larger piece be approved so that the smaller pieces can be approved in a compatible form and move forward, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions? Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Linner. You mentioned about the transportation master plan and the transportation and transit and walkability and things like that. Can you give me a little bit more, as you see with this plan, on how the transit falls into easy way of coming in and out of this neighborhood?
Your Worship, part of the preparation of the transportation plan and the TI, the Transportation Impact Assessment, was to ensure that transit routes were defined in consultation with the city administration and your transit officials so that the routes that will flow through the area follow the major roadways, and there is a proposal for a major transit hub in the commercial area abutting Victoria Avenue, which would be a gathering point for transit for the area. So it's highly integrated, and expectations are that transit will fulfill a fairly major, significant part of the movement of people in and out of this area.
It's good to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lerner. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Your
and we'll
Worship.
move on to our next delegation, Mr. Raymond Chan. Mr. Chan, if you could identify yourself for the record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, City Councillors, and members of the City Planning Commissions. I am Raymond Chan, representing Mr. Chun Lian Zhao, properties owner of 2331 Towers Road, who cannot be here this evening. With me is Mrs. Zhao at the back, wife of Mr. Chun Lian Zhao. Child's property is sitting lengthwise along the north end of the proposed Southeast Regina neighborhood plan, directly adjacent to the Regina City bypass, one of the city's busiest major roadway. As such, this piece of land would serve very well for commercial purposes and would be less desirable for residential dwellings. Chun Lian Zhao, owner of the reference property, is not only concerned that the proposed plan will split his property into 2 separate usages. More importantly, he would like to see his property be used most effectively for the proposed Southeast Regina neighborhood plan. He is therefore bringing this matter to the attention of the Regina Planning Commission and the City Council, seeking approval for this amendment. The request to amend the proposed Southeast Regina neighborhood plan will form an integral commercial development of phase 1 of the East Victoria concept plan. There is no conceivable negative impact resulting from this amendment on the overall development of both the proposed East Victoria concept plan and the Southeast Regina neighborhood plan. On the other hand, because of the proximity to the Regina bypass, the additional commercial area will help during more activities or bringing more activities and traffic to the neighborhood, but not affecting the quality of the residential community. This will be a definite positive impact to the proposed Southeast Regina neighborhood plan. I therefore, on behalf of the property owner, Chun Lian Zhao, request that the City Council, in favor of the request to assign the property of 2331 Tower Road wholly as commercial area under the F11/land use concept on page 26 of the proposed Southeast Regina neighborhood plan, and phase 1 commercial development of the East Victoria concept plan land use on Appendix C. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? This was referred to with Mr. Leonard, and I think we have an amendment coming later on. I think it's very clear what you're asking for, but are there questions? You were really clear.
Thank you, Your Worship, and the Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. We'll go on to our next delegation. Nathan Patherick, Nancy Sanborn, Karen Cossett, and Bruce Belmore. I see only one person here. That's good.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship. My name is Nathan Patherick. I'll be speaking on behalf of the consulting group that you've just listed there. Your Worship, members of council, my name is Nathan Patherick. I'm a partner with BNA Planning Group. BNA Planning Group was a project manager and lead planning consultant to guide the development of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you this evening to speak to this very important and significant planning document that will shape the future of Southeast Regina. As outlined in the administrative report, the plan area encompasses approximately 1,800 acres and consists of no less than 18 separate landowners, of which 6 landowners have served as the project sponsors engaged in innumerable meetings and consultation over a 2.5-year process. Your worship, members of council, the plan has been developed on the basis of a foundation of technical studies and investigations with the feedback of the project sponsors, area landowners, and ongoing dialogue with key stakeholders and with collaboration with City of Administration. The plan envisions the development of a complete community for residents to live, work, and play, and is estimated to be built out over a 15 to 20-year period. At full build-out and in alignment with the OCP, the plan will accommodate approximately 17,000 people in the range of 5,000 to 6,000 jobs. As requested by council earlier in some of the questioning, some of the key land use elements of the plan include the distribution of residential areas throughout the central portion of the plan area, 2 major commercial hubs situated adjacent to the Regina Bypass, Victoria and Arcola Avenue, mixed-use areas supporting transition between commercial and residential areas, and as mentioned by Mr. Linner, a large industrial area to the east of the bypass. The plan has been established or has established a complete community and neighborhood framework to help evaluate and guide the assessment of future concept plans. As noted, the plan envisions one complete community consisting of no less than 6 distinct and separate neighborhoods and 1 major employment area to the east of the bypass. Your worship, members of council, the plan has also recognized the important gateway and interface function that these lands occupy on the eastern edge of the city, and specifically has established policy direction for the treatment of primary and secondary gateways, as well as the various interface conditions between the bypass, Victoria Avenue, and the plan area. Members of council, as mentioned, this has been based on a 2.5-year process that's involved far-reaching conversations with a wide degree of stakeholders, including the city transportations, parks officials, and various school authorities. Some of the amenities that the plan's identified, which will be implemented over time, include the potential location of 2 future elementary school sites, the location of 1 future high school site proposed to be integrated within a future zone park, the location of a new ballpark facility, and as mentioned by Mr. Linner, a comprehensive pathway network integrated within the transportation system. Your worship, in addition to the planning elements, and as mentioned briefly, the plan's been supported by a wide-range transportation assessment as well as servicing study, which established the long-term transportation and servicing improvements to guide the build-out of this area. And lastly, as one of the key planning instruments used by the city, it set out a framework to guide the boundaries of future concept plan submissions, which will be used by city administration as the plan is implemented. So in closing, and based on the overview, it's our assessment that the plan has been developed to be responsive to adjacent conditions and opportunities. It's been based on a 2.5-year engagement process premised on dialogue and collaboration with all affected parties, and represents an extension of the Design Regina OCP. On that basis, we respectfully request that council supports this bylaw before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petherick. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming forward. I enjoyed what you did at Planning Commission. I want to try and pick up on some of those thoughts if I could, and you highlighted a few. Gateway. So when we were sitting here before on a different development, Gateway became a large focus. So would you just comment on Gateway, what it means to you and to this development, please?
Yeah, through the chair and members of council, we recognize that in the previous consideration of Tower Crossing to the north, that Gateway was a critical element. So in short, without going into all the details, the plan has basically set up a hierarchy to deal with gateways. It's recognized that primary gateways are primarily intended to landmark the entrance to the city and address that through policy. Supplementing that, it's established that secondary gateways are also important. Those really represent landmark entries into various employment areas or residential projects. So the plan, as included within one of the sections, basically has a framework that recognizes those gateways and compels that through concept plans, land use subdivision proposals, that gateway treatment is addressed to ensure a high visual standard.
Good, thanks. I don't assume that everybody who's listening or watching understands the lands that we're talking about or why we may talk about gateways. So let's start with, there's the bypass, and then there is?
There's the, well, On the front of gateways, basically, the gateways have been identified along Victoria Avenue and the primary entrance points into the plan area, and similarly along Arcola Avenue. Those will be the entrance points into the development of this area. On the interface front of things, basically all the lands adjacent to the bypass as well as those regional road connections have also been identified. And what that basically means is that through the detailed design work that will follow various approvals, that those interface treatments will have to be dealt with carefully.
Good. So on one side, we have a bypass. To the north, we have Victoria, and we're really talking about the lands that go south and eventually become Greens on Gardner. Fair?
That's correct, yes.
Good, thanks. You highlighted the ballpark. So can I get to the ballparks from here? Can you describe to me the plan that you would have looked at to make sure that whether it's through the development or off of Victoria, how do I get to the ballparks?
Effectively, the primary access to the ballparks will be based on the 2 access locations off of Victoria Avenue, which will then tie in with the proposed east-west roadway, which will tie into the current alignment of Tower Road, which basically fronts the ballparks under construction.
So I could go from Windsor Park over toward the ballparks with some direction?
Yes.
Some simple direction. Okay, thanks. On my time on council, I've now started to understand water, wastewater, and stormwater. So let's talk about that in terms of this. There is a notion in the report that by developing here, we may end up with some water issues. One, do all the land developers, owners understand that that is a consideration, and that as they bring forward something to be developed, water studies have to be part of that?
Yeah, that's correct. So in conjunction with the planning exercise, master servicing studies for water, sanitary, stormwater, and transportation have been completed. Those lay out the ultimate servicing improvements required to support the build out of this area. It's also mentioned in the administrative report that the city's initiated 2 overall servicing studies. Effectively, the improvements will be implemented over time, will be guided by the recommendations of those reports.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Maybe just a little bit about connectivity north-south when it comes to stormwater, let's pick, or wastewater. How does that work in this area? Because there's a linear system that goes south as well, so trying to give you a law ball understanding so that we all understand that this has been considered and how it may tie in.
I won't speak out of turn because we do have the stormwater experts in-house, but in general terms, the plan establishes a series of stormwater detention facilities that will be implemented over time, and a major component of those facilities is a linear detention facility that will run north-south throughout the development of the plan area. It is also proposed that that linear detention facility is effectively improved and treated in a manner that it provides recreational opportunities for the plan area as well.
That's what I was looking for. So if you could pick up on that, what does that mean? Like I can swim down the channel, or I don't know. So I'm curious as to how that goes.
So before we have another speaker, just introduce who you are, who you represent, and you can certainly answer questions.
Good evening. My name is Chabiel Obziski. I'm with Stantec Consulting. We were hired by the ownership group to review the stormwater, the wastewater, and the water servicing.
Okay. So to the point of recreation, and if you don't mind, and tying into what is south, I'd like to hear your thoughts, please.
Sure. So almost the spine or the backbone of the drainage system is the linear detention facility that extends northward from the Greens on Gardner to the Aurora commercial and mixed-use lands to the north. The spine or that detention facility will detain water to a pre-development release rate. So we calculated what the pre-development flow rate would be and designed a facility to mimic those types of releases. It is common best practice within the city and other municipalities to handle stormwater that way. In terms of recreation, this will not be a recreation facility when it's operating as a stormwater facility. It will be a passive recreation facility, landscaped with pathways to be used by the public when it's not raining.
Thank you. And just assurance is what I'm looking for. We'd heard about the linear system before as it relates to the landowners to the south. This is consistent, and this is with their approval or with their cooperation.
Absolutely.
Okay, good, thanks. Last comment I have is about the OCP. I made a comment to Mr. Linner. It seems that there was a book out in front and we looked at this. Would you give me some assurance that that was the case and that you are comfortable with what's here is in line with our OCP?
Yeah, I mean, this process started 2.5 years ago, and the OCP was the starting point for this exercise. The way I look at this is that the OCP has set in motion secondary plans to guide and provide that next level of detail in terms of how large sectors of the city will develop. And beyond this, you'll see a series of concept plans which will provide further detail.
Okay, here's the clincher. I think what I'm hearing is that we have a good OCP.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Brennan, I guess you do. Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm not sure if this is the question that asked at this level of detail, because you talked about the broad OCP and now we're in the neighborhood plan. But there's a large section here of neighborhood area that is right adjacent to the new Tower Road, the new bypass that's coming through. Have there been any discussions at this level yet about noise attenuation? Because I know that's something that has been kind of happening ever since the province approved the location. You know, that had been approved, and then all of a sudden there's a discussion around noise, and the province takes the stance that they're building according to RM standards, and we've got residents now starting to bump up. So I'm just curious as to when and where that discussion should begin.
Yeah, Your Worship and members of council, as part of this exercise, effectively there's been 2 different noise impact assessments that have been undertaken, and based on preliminary modeling, it's anticipated that the noise impacts on the adjacent residential area will be minimal. Notwithstanding, the plan sets in motion that prior to subdivision and development of those adjacent lands, that modeling will be updated, and that will inform any noise attenuation or treatment on the boundary lands between the residential area and the bypass. So in short, yes, there's been studies undertaken. The preliminary results suggest that the attenuation requirements are minimal, but there's a commitment and a policy requirement in this plan that further investigation is required prior to development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to, we have 2 reports. One is a communication from Terry Gittner, who's from the Arcola Community Association. Can I have a mover to accept that as a receive and file?
I'll move that.
Seconder, please.
Second, Your Worship.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next report is CP 16-31. It's from the administration related to bylaw 2016-61 and the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. I wonder if the administration could give a background statement on this first. Ms. Howlick?
Through Your Worship, that's correct. We were working with the landowner after the application came to RPC, and the applicant requested that the land, his land, be redesignated to commercial. We reviewed that, and we concluded that the administration is okay with redesignating that portion as a commercial area, as it's an extension. So the rationale is there, and what we would need council to do is to, if you concur with that recommendation, to pass a motion that's outlined here, that figure 11 of the land use concept of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan be revised by identifying the lands located between the Regina Bypass and Tower Road and between the lands currently identified as commercial area, etc. So that's what we would need to have passed by council. In addition, we just were conversing, there was a recommendation from the Planning Commission with regards to Section 6.3.g, and we would need council to pass the same motion if you concur with that wording changes within the document.
With respect to the report before, so in 16-31, we would make that amendment in 3rd reading. I believe that's correct. Okay. Good. So we'll move on to actually a motion to accept that report. Councillor O'Donnell, seconder. Councillor Frondera. Councillor O'Donnell.
So I'll just put this report. It would be my intention to bring an amendment while I consider the overall report, if that's, that's the process.
Okay, so we'll, assuming no one has any objection to this report, I'm going to call the question if there's any speakers to the report. Yes, we're still on 31. Any comments by anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we'll move on to Report 16107, which is the proposed Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Seconder. Okay.
Thank you.
Flagel.
Good. So the first thing I'll do is I'll bring an amendment, and it is the amendment that we just discussed. I can read it if you wish. Do you want me to read the whole amendment?
Please read it, yes.
Sure. Figure 11, land use concept of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan be revised by identifying the lands located between the Regina Bypass and Tower Road, east to west, and between the lands currently identified as commercial area, according to the proposed Southeast Neighborhood Plan, and the new ballpark, north to south, as commercial area. And I would so move that amendment.
Seconder, please.
So I'll just speak to that briefly. The landowners agree, the administration agrees. It seems that this is just, would only bring some cohesiveness to the area. We're good with this.
Okay. There was a Councillor Fraser, or do you want to speak to it? Okay, to the amendment. Just to the amendment. Okay. So what we did have Mr. Chan's delegation to explain that, and administration just gave us the rationale for it. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So what we have before us is as was identified, I thought, very well by the delegations, and we had a very wholesome discussion on the floor planning commission. Again, I direct it this way. We have an official community plan, and I appreciate the gentleman saying that he thought we had a good one, because I think we do as well, that they would take this plan and start to develop a neighborhood. And while there is commercial and residential, potential for schools and Park Place and so on, those are things that we would look. I thought the ratio of jobs to residents is pretty astounding. Two, this is a gateway to our city. We talked about gateways here before with a different development, but these folks are ready to go, and so I think this is rather important. You'll also note, and although we took it simply as a matter of information, the Arcola East Community Association was consulted and likes what is here. It brings good things to their area. At Planning Commission, we thought work was well done here. We support this and seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just want to touch on the Arcola East submission. They referenced the one concern that they do have is with is proper infrastructure going to be in place to support the increase in population for this area? So if through your worship, if we could just get administration comment on that, that would be great.
Ms. Howard.
Through your worship, could you just repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. The Arcola Community Association had one concern, and the concern was that proper infrastructure be in place to support the increase in population and growth. I would just like a comment on how we're going to ensure that actually happens to have the support of the Arcola Community Association.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship. During these processes, we do have a lot of studies that come forward in order to for us to evaluate the validity of the plan and being able to put the plan forward. We do have checks and balances in place with respect to looking at how we bring developments online in this area. We are doing our water and wastewater master plan, so we will start to evaluate the plans as they start to come in with respect to the impacts to our overall systems. We've already had one plan that was approved on north of Tower Road that have some conditions where they have to prove that service levels are not going to be reduced within that area if that development comes online. So we'll do the similar things until such time as we have other solutions in place for our infrastructure. So we're confident that the information that has been provided at this time, the work that we're currently doing, that we will be in a situation where we can evaluate all of the proposals, and we'll be building infrastructure coming into the future as per our servicing agreement fee that will satisfy all the infrastructure requirements.
Thank you for that. I know we're looking at 15 to 20 years out, but how do we also ensure, we talked a little bit about infrastructure, but I want to focus on traffic specifically, that we don't have traffic issues in this area?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, as indicated, we continually look, we require traffic impact assessments as developments happen, and we monitor traffic and looking as the areas develop what new infrastructure is required to accommodate the increase in traffic. So we are looking at the long-term with our transportation master plan. Those are things that we're utilizing in order to accommodate the traffic patterns into the future. And we continually watch how road networks are working and addressing them accordingly.
Thank you. I think that we've done a lot of work on the official community plan, and we have it in place for items such as this, as well as other items, of course. But I think that it's been utilized here. They used it as a framework for how they're going to move forward with this development. So I am in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for the work that's been put into this report. I just need a little help with my math here. So later on tonight, we'll be looking at report CR 16-109. It's the new map of growth patterns in Regina between a population of 235,000 and 300,000. On that map, we see where that population will be dispersed around the city. In the north, 7,500 people. The northwest, 21,500 people. The southwest, 7,500. Downtown, 10,000, and in existing neighborhoods, 10,000. This area is actually indicated as having 8,500 people on that map, but tonight we're talking about 17,500 people. So I'm just wondering the discrepancy between the map we're going to vote on later on that shows 8,500 people in the growth targets between now and 300,000, and this being 17,000 people. I just need some help wrapping my head around that one. Thanks.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, some of the existing lands within the towns are within our 235,000 population, so it wasn't accounted for within those areas.
So what is our population right now?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it's, I believe, approximately 220 to 225,000.
So the assumption is that almost all of the development between now and 235 will go here. 9,000 of it will go here.
Ms. Harlock?
We do have plans. That's where we had accounted for the existing development for within the 235. So there is other areas. We have seen obviously increases in density that weren't anticipated in some of our existing areas. So we will see other areas develop, like other vacant lands that were already in the 235 that would take us over. When we annexed in the extra lands, it took us slightly over the 300,000. It's actually more than a 300,000 population plan now.
Okay, how much more? If you don't mind asking.
Ms. Harlock?
I'm not sure, Ms. Lubner, do you have that number? I believe 314 is coming to mind, but I'd ask Ms. Lubner.
Ms. Lubner?
Through your worship, the additional population that we think will be accommodated in the southeast as a result of the annexation is approximately 4,000 new people.
Okay. So the OCP's infill target is 30%, is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that's correct.
And how are we doing with that?
Well, at this point, we do review it on a yearly basis, and we are below the 30% target at this point.
Like how far below?
Ms. Harlock?
I might refer to Ms. Lubner. I don't have the exact number with me.
Ms. Lubner?
Through your worship, our 2-year aggregate is 12% since the OCP was adopted.
Oh, really? That sounds like a fail. 12% out of 30, you know. It's less than half of our target. And I don't know, tonight we've heard a really compelling argument from a group of well-meaning developers why this is good for the developers. I think there's no argument for that. I think also there's no argument that sometimes the interest of the city and long-time infrastructure planning sometimes is at odds with what's good for developers. So that's my concern with this, is that we've now extended our 300-year plan, sorry, a 300,000 growth plan to 314,000 growth plan. And we're doing kind of a crummy job at promoting infill. Again, the market left alone wants to sprawl. You know, lots are cheaper farther out, land's cheaper farther out, without some city influence. We know that cities tend to sprawl and sprawl and sprawl and sprawl. So I guess that's my challenge with this. I think that we're doing this in the right order, putting a community plan in place. But the other, you know, the real piece that gets me on this is that the official community plan talks about 30% infill between now and 300,000 people. We know the market left to itself is not going to achieve that because it's not achieving that right now. And without us putting some barriers on where growth can happen, it's going to happen out and out and out. And again, as far as the interest of developers go, and you can argue maybe some of that savings is passed along to homeowners, that's fine. We know that that's a good thing. As far as the interest of good city planning goes and sticking to the OCP and actually building a downtown culture in Regina that's vibrant and here to stay, I feel like there's a divergence of interest there. So I don't know. That's the challenge for me on this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Councillor, have you spoken yet on this? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to comment on some of the comments around infrastructure and the infrastructure in the southeast. It's certainly, I think, the two areas that we receive most of our concerns is certainly over traffic flow in the southeast as well as water, wastewater treatment. I think two of the signature projects that are just coming, sort of one just about completed, which is the widening of Victoria Avenue, that we're fortunate this year to have probably the worst and toughest traffic jams in the southeast, but with the widening and fixture and repair of Victoria Avenue East is going to go a long way to, I think, helping the flow of some of the traffic, because certainly there's the build out not only in southeast Regina but outside the city, but we've also got the impact of the GTH, and we all know and experience what's been happening with Victoria Avenue. So I think that's taken away, or is going to take away a lot of the pressure. The second signature project that's going to relieve the pressure on traffic is going to be the Tower Road Southeast, the new bypass, because that's intended to take, I think, about, I've heard numbers like 80% of the big trucks that are coming through will divert around the city. So I do believe the traffic piece is starting to resolve itself. We still have a challenge on Arcola with the bridge over the ring road, but that's, I know, in our longer term plan in about 10 years. So I think the traffic side is starting to turn the corner and come forward. The second piece where I know there's been a lot of issues and concerns has been around wastewater, and that the whole system seems right from the McCarthy pumping station through the main trunk line back into our area. We've actually experienced flooding whenever we've had big experiences, but I've noticed over the last number of years, we just approved a few weeks ago under the new federal funding a major upgrade to the McCarthy pumping station. Also, if you come along Saskatchewan Drive, there's another major retention pond being built. There's one by Home Depot. So a lot of, I think, of these new retention ponds are taking a lot of the pressure off the system. So I think there's a lot of plans in place to fix sort of the two of the core problems that are coming out on the east side. So I think, you know, once all that work is done, I do believe it'll have the capacity for this expansion. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the questions that I have is about the wetlands and the floodway and the aquifer and the impact on the environment. So could you just give me a brief rundown of how you're going to protect the environment with this project?
Ms. Howlick.
Through your worship, I might ask Ms. Lugner to go over the details of the environmental plan within this area.
Ms. Lugner.
Through your worship, I'm actually going to have to call on Mr. Fenton to come up to answer that question. I believe he's in the audience.
Mr. Fenton. Do you need the question repeated, or do you know it?
Hi, through your worship. Biophysical assessment was done for the southeast, for the whole southeast area, as part of the review. And there is potential for wetland protection. However, we do have policy within the plan that requires further assessment at the concept plan stage to further assess the wetlands and to determine whether they're suitable for protection as environmental reserve.
Okay. Can you speak to the aquifer and how that's not going to be in danger with the type of buildings that will be on it?
Through your worship, similarly, geotechnical reports were done for the entirety of the plan area. And it has been determined or identified that that's not an issue. That can't be dealt with. There's only one low sensitivity area, and that's in the very south portion of the plan area.
And nothing will be built on that would
It would be
affect.
subject to the regulations of our zoning bylaw.
Okay.
So the zoning bylaw identifies various levels of aquifer sensitivity, and it has clear regulations on how land is developed in those contexts.
Thank you. My other question is, as if I understand the phasing and financing plan, we're doing build out on the 235,000 right now, and there's still land left to be developed under the 235,000. Is that correct?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, there is land still left within the
Okay.
235.
And the neighborhoods that we're talking about that people will be moving into in this area that we're talking about in the southeast area is part of the 300,000 population, so it won't be built out and used until the population reaches that figure. Is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, if I understand correctly, there is lands that are being built out currently in the towns that are part of the 235 that
Right.
were within this area.
Right.
And then there's the next phases that go into the 300,000 population.
Right, and the commercial area that we're going to be talking about later does not fall under that. That can happen earlier.
Through your worship, that's correct. The industrial and the commercial and the employment areas were exempt from
Okay.
those.
Thank you. So I see this as a touchstone document, and one of those things that you keep coming back to that lays out the map and the structure for what's going to happen. And as I read the neighborhood plan, it's just great to know exactly what's going to be happening there in terms of services, mobility. It'll be a walk, bike, bus, drive area, that there'll be parks and schools, and that stormwater and servicing is being taken care of, and that there's even a ballpark there. So I think it's a great document to go forward with. And I'm sure that when the concept plans for the different pieces come forward, that they will fit within that plan, and we'll see them as a council as they come forward and you work out all the detail. So I'm firmly in support of this Southeast Neighborhood Plan.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions for the administration and then a very brief comment. The first question really relates to the point that Councillor Fraser brought forward. Has the administration considered whether this approval of this concept plan will affect infill development in the center of the city? And I'm wondering if they could comment on that.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, actually, just to make a correction, the 2-year aggregate was actually 20%, not 12% with respect to our infill target.
So just one more, you're saying that it's not 12%, it's 20%?
The 2-year aggregate was
Right.
20%.
Okay.
So there was just a correction there, which is not the 30, but we are moving, and every year we're going to see different, it's a 25-year plan, so we will see different percentages year after year. Obviously, if we don't achieve the 30 every year, there's years that we're going to have to make that up. And go over for the infill. But right now we have infill guidelines that will be before council today with respect to some laneway suites, and we're doing an intensification document that's going to look at that also. So from an administrative point of view, greenfield development in these areas that were identified within the OCP to be developed as per our 25-year plan. There is need for us to look at our intensification policies and to look at what other mechanisms are needed in order to encourage intensification within our different areas. And the administration is working on that right now, looking at the infrastructure and what some of those barriers are. And there'll be information coming forward in the next couple of years looking at how we might address those issues.
So if I understand your answer, you're saying to us that development can proceed on both tracks successfully if it's planned carefully. Is that a fair summation?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, I believe so. We have to monitor both, and that's part of the official community plan. We monitor it and do evaluation, and every 5 years we do a very large review to see where we're going with the plan, and we will make adjustments if needed at those points in time.
Thank you. The second question, Your Worship, for the administration arises out of the financial implications section of the recommendation on page 9. The last paragraph of that is brief. It reads, "The municipal infrastructure that is built and funded by the developers will become the city's responsibility to operate and maintain through future budgets. It is expected that the first phase of the development will impact the city's budget beginning late 2017 or 2018. The question is this: what is the impact, and will the budget be able to handle that impact?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, as we move forward with any new area and growth area, new infrastructure is built and the city takes that on. And new growth and those growth areas are put into our budget and factored in. And so these areas would be factored into future years. And I believe that like the past, we always ensure that we bring in these areas on and we're able to through our existing budgeting systems.
So the growth will help the city maintain the extra cost on its future budget. Gain, is that fair?
Through your worship, as areas build out, the more they become built out, obviously, they start to recover more costs for that. But yes, the idea is that as we bring this on, they will bring in the tax revenues to help fund those areas.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The administration's answer to both of those questions I find very helpful. I'm happy to support this plan. I know two things, and perhaps others have noticed it. First of all, this is a concept plan. This is not going to happen all at once. This is going to be phased in. There's going to be concept plans to come, and I'm satisfied that those will deal with issues as they arrive. I'm also satisfied and comforted, in fact, by the fact, as Councillor O'Donnell mentioned, this is in conformity with the OCP. The OCP is a sturdy document. It's able to handle this, and indeed it's provided a good test against which to measure this concept plan. And for that reason as well, I'm happy to support this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. At this point, I was in support of it. But what I'm wondering about is that with this land going forward, I think what we're missing the point is that the Southeast community is in need of more of this type of development. What you've got is a situation where eventually we're not going outside the new bypass, so we're staying within. So it's not like we're annexing out again to put these lands in. We're not annexing anymore. We've done that. We've got enough land now, so now we need to fill it. I totally agree with the infill, but what I have to see is that on infill, I was confused. It said, you said 12%, and then you said a joint 2-year is 20. Can you just clarify that for me?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Lugner to explain the calculations.
Ms. Lugner?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. So it's been 2 years since the OCP was adopted. In the first year, we were at 26% of our infill development. In year 2015, we were at 12%. And when you aggregate the total number of units over the 2 years, it works out to 20%.
Okay. So if we wanted to get this to 30%, how much land, actual physical land, would we need to put that how much land do we need for that 10% to get it to 30, if that was going to be the case?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it becomes a density issue. So, I mean, as we build up, that would have an effect on the population that's coming in infill. So it really depends on the types of developments that we're looking at. But we are looking at, obviously, we have the RRI lands that are going to be looking for some forms of residential. We'll have the redevelopment of the Mosaic Stadium site, the existing. Those are two projects that we know that will be coming. Obviously, it won't get us to the full 30%, just those two. So there is work that we are going to have to do over the next few years. As was indicated, the OCP was passed in 2013. It is a 25-year plan, so we will be working to look at what programs and things do we need to have in place to help meet that target.
So thanks for that. And so if the current Mosaic Stadium there's talk of possibly 700 doors, what does that do to the 20% for infill? I'm just trying to get a gauge, because I remember when we talked about all the different things, it was 135 apartments represented 1% of the vacancy rate at the time back 3-4 years ago. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what we need to do as infill, because when we continue to go through these developments in the different areas, and I just want to elaborate on that. We have the southeast, we have Harbor Landing, and in my area, in the north end, we probably have 500 to 600 acres of open developable land ready to go, and we're not getting there yet. So where do we put all this in? And if we're going to continue to balance both, we need to kind of know numbers, that if we put 700 houses here and we put 3,000 in southeast, how does the balance shift, or is it the same shift?
I think it's difficult to say given the density issue, isn't it? Ms. Harlach, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, that's correct. It really depends on the unit type, because different unit types yield different population projections. So like a single bachelor suite can only accommodate, you know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, probably one person per household versus a single family dwelling, those sorts of things. So we have different factors that we use for different housing types, but that is the work that we're doing through the intensification work that the staff is working on.
Thanks. Just a quick comment is that on the development in the southeast, I get it, I like it, I think it's a good idea, and whether you start small with commercial, build up to the big, or you go in the reverse order, it doesn't matter, because it's a need that if the community is talking about needing this type of thing and the infrastructure and the road network is there, that's how you grow a city. You have to build things in order to attract, and that's what happens with all of the other people that aren't doing that in other cities, and they're sitting there on their laurels, and we need to be progressive, and I'm all for this.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers or questions? I have a couple of questions for clarification of the administration. You should mention the Namrud development downtown as well. Would be another significant development which would move us toward the 30%. But I have a question related to what I thought I understood on transportation. And it sounded like, Ms. Harlach, you were saying that we'll see the impact of the development, and we'll look at this through the transportation master plan to see what we need to do. So in the context, maybe I got that wrong. I may have got that wrong, but given that there is a SAF model here, a contribution to public transportation, that point being made, but also Arcola Avenue and Victoria Avenue are really the only ways in and out of Southeast Regina. So instead of after the fact, so we're not sort of retrofitting, what are we doing to say, look, if we have this build out in 20 years, what alterations do we need to do now or in the future in anticipation to alleviate what is really a congested Arcola Avenue and a congested Victoria Avenue in the future with this build out? Ms. Harlach?
Through your worship, yeah, I apologize. We have looked at that, and as part of our transportation master plan, we did look at what the road networks would be required to have in the future with respect to accommodating those populations. So we build to certain standards. We don't always build to the largest capacity right at the beginning. Sometimes we do it in phases, it depends. So we have a transformation master plan that's already looked at those things. This plan has looked at the transportation needs. So we do have a plan in place to accommodate all of the road networks that are needed to accommodate this growth.
As an undertaking, Ms. Harlach, could you provide that information to members of council? I'd like to see what that is, just so we understand what alterations, either widening of Arcola or another route somewhere downtown or wherever it might be, Assiniboine Avenue to Ring Road as an example, so we understand what the impact is. I trust the work's been done, but this report doesn't contain that in a way that's readily apparent. Is it possible as an undertaking?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, will provide a memo to council to explain the process and the projects over.
And what the results are.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
Good, thank you. You've already spoken, so no, you can't. Your friend, you already had one chance to speak. If it's a question only, but you can't debate. A question only.
Just a question, Chair. Okay. Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Chair. Just back to this, the aggregate question, that 20% of our infill, 20% of our new residential addresses have been infill over the last 2 years. Are we talking about building permits or actual addresses? Like, is that to say in the last 2 years, 1 in 5 new addresses has been infill?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Lugner, we do look at our building permit data to look at how we are meeting those targets, and
Sure.
we are meeting with our new software, we'll be able to even get more accurate on that data. But I might ask Ms. Lugner to go through the methodology of calculating that number.
Ms. Lugner?
Through you, Your Worship, we calculate them based on the residential building permits that have been approved and the anticipated population based on the census data.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Fraser? Good. Councilor Down, do you want to close debate? I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We move on to our next issue, which is related to laneway and garden suites in established neighborhoods. We have our first delegation, Jackie Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, you and your guests could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and council may have questions afterwards.
My name is Jackie Schmidt from Heritage Regina, and this is Susan Hollinger. Your Worship and members of City Council, in 1911, Walter Hill selected a large lot on the corner of Albert Street and McCallum Avenue. He sought to construct a large permanent home that would set the tone for the new Lakeview subdivision. This 2 1/2 story red brick Tudor revival style house was complemented by a wood frame, 1 1/2 story coach house clad in shingles and beveled siding, with a side gabled roof, shed roof dormers, and hinged double doors. In addition to the housing 2 carriages, this accessory building was served as a horse stable, hen house, feed room, ice house, and a hayloft. On the 2nd floor, tucked into the attic space, was a small 350 square foot suite for the carriage boy. This was a modest 1-room space, but it had a south-facing dormer, a wood stove, and plastered walls. City Council approved the municipal heritage designation of the entire property at 2990 Albert Street on August 3, 1982. In 2015, the heritage restoration of the coach house was approved by City Council. To date, this restoration has included a new pile and grade beam foundation offset from the original location to meet maintenance and building code requirements. Reinforcement and repair of the wood frame and new windows and doors. A new cedar shingle roof is currently being installed. Next year, the new cedar siding, trim, soffits will be stained and completing the exterior restoration. Heritage Regina recognizes the dedication and foresight that Joe Michael and Tammy Kwan have shown with this important project. Heritage Regina is excited to see a one-of-a-kind building like the coach house saved from demolition and given a new life. A successful heritage restoration not only saves the building, but just as importantly, gives the building a purpose and relevant usage. In this case, the restored coach house will serve as a parking garage, studio space, and a small laneway home. The laneway home will consist of a 350 square foot micro suite built into the stable end of the carriage house on the main floor level. The interior finishing of the horse stalls, feed room, hen house are carefully dismantled and stored during the restoration. The reconstructed horse stalls will house the bathroom. The low south-facing windows in the former hen house will be the perfect height to view the yard when seated in the living room. It will be truly a unique, authentic heritage space, unlike any other in Regina, which will celebrate its former life and usage for the tenant. With your approval of this laneway pilot project, you are essentially permitting a new suite in a building that 105 years ago already had one. When considering the options available under the guidelines for the laneway and garden suites, this project represents practically unnoticeable change to the existing landscape of the property. The structure size has not been changed, but has been comprehensively improved. An existing driveway will provide parking for the occupant in addition to the 2-car garage. This is a very large lot, which will provide ample outdoor amenity space for both the owner and the tenant. As the laneway suites go, this is comparatively inconspicuous. Regardless of whom the future tenant is, this laneway home will provide a special place to live in the heart of Lakeview. At Heritage Regina, we'd like to think that Walter Hill would be delighted to see another fine home in his subdivision. Regina's heritage includes tangible and intangible elements, buildings, landscapes, streetscapes, and the historic and cultural heritage of the community. The vision of Heritage Regina is to raise awareness and appreciation of the value of heritage and its importance to sustaining the culture and identity of the city. Heritage Regina sees the restoration and adaptive reuse of this building as a model for the ongoing preservation of Regina's built heritage. We are proud to support a project that also promotes compatible design and usage, and like the community of Lakeview itself, promotes diversity in housing. Lastly, we applaud the perseverance of the owners of one of Regina's most historic homes and the city's commitment to heritage.
Thank you very much for your presentation, right on time. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'd like to thank the delegation for coming forward and for the work which we see tonight and on other occasions to preserve heritage in Regina. I have one question, well, two questions really. First of all, if this laneway suite goes forward, does it in any way impinge on the privacy of any of the surrounding area?
No. According to the working group guidelines and bylaws, those have been addressed in the project.
And a similar question, if this laneway suite goes forward, will it in any way increase traffic congestion or street parking or cause any problem in that respect?
It will not create any more street parking because it will be, that's part of the bylaws and guidelines to have that off-site on the property.
And is this laneway suite designation, has this resulted in a very substantial financial input into preserving a heritage building?
Yes, this represents probably a 20% increase in a normal rebuild.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Donald.
Thanks, ladies. You tell a compelling story, and I want to kind of pick up on the story. First thing is, what we had 105 years ago, we're striving for today. Did I hear that from you?
Correct.
Interesting, isn't it? Secondly, I'm going to just speculate. I don't know what you're to say, but if I 30 years ago or 40 years ago moved into this neighborhood, would someone have been living in this space, do you think?
Yes, they would, and they actually did.
So there was a history, not only of 105 years ago, but maybe a little bit more recent, that it was still an occupied space.
Not in the recent.
So what does recent mean to, would you say the last 20 years no one's lived there?
I would say correct. I'm guessing, but I would say yes.
Just gives me a benchmark. So the size of the building, I drove past it today, how would that compare to what was there 20 years ago or 40 years ago?
Exact same size.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next delegation, Bruce Petrovics. If you could identify yourself, sir, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
My name is Bruce Petrovics, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of 2814 Sinton Avenue. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Introduction. Our neighborhood unanimously rejected 9 independent letters to 1 the proposed development of a backyard laneway suite above a garage at 2822 Sinton Avenue. We request members of City Council to vote against that specific proposal. Essentially, residents of Sinton and 24th Avenue regard that development as an unacceptable privacy intrusion, affording a naked-eye 24/7 overview of nearby backyards, windows, and domestic activities from the south windows and north balcony of that second-story suite. Such $200,000 plus suites are endearingly referred to as granny or Fonzie suites because they are affordable for members of affluent families only, but not affordable as rentals for less fortunate low or moderate income households. Privacy issue. The privacy issue is a #1 issue facing the 2822 Sinton Avenue backyard proposal. Owner residents reasonably expect stress-free privacy within the legal curtilage of their property, and specifically within their own private backyards. Your backyard is intimately linked, both physically and psychologically, to your home, and is where privacy expectations are most prevalent. Clearly, disregard of neighbors' backyard privacy is not a workable strategy for pleasant or safe neighborhoods anywhere. Second-story laneway suites are an unacceptable fit into most neighborhoods because of privacy intrusions. For example, to maintain privacy from the proposed suite's south-facing windows, the adjacent 2818 and 2826 Sinton properties each require a 14-foot-high privacy fence. 2814 needs one of 12 feet. The house across the laneway calls for a 16-foot barrier to cut off the overlook from the north-facing balcony. This breach of neighborhood, backyard, and window privacy converts private space into public space. The proposed backyard building is a huge, towering prominence, uniquely the most invasive and obtrusive backyard structure in the neighborhood. In our neighborhood, such privacy intrusions are unacceptable. The second-story suite presents as an obtrusive vertical mass oddity, way out of character with the backyard single-story garages and single-family gardens of Sinton Avenue and 24th Avenue. Summary. The proposed second-story laneway suite above a backyard garage at 2822 Sinton Avenue effectively grants its future occupants an overbearing and unprecedented panoramic view of nearby private backyards and windows. That building is too large, high, and domineering in a small backyard in the Sinton 24th Avenue laneway. It is intrusive and obtrusive, a singular oddity in the laneway backyards. Of the 6 laneway proposals before council, the privacy issue is uniquely dominant in the 2822 Sinton Avenue proposal. For this council meeting, we request that the Sinton Avenue proposal be voted on separately rather than grouped with other laneway proposals. We also ask City Council members to accept the reasoned arguments in this submission and then vote against the 2822 Sinton Avenue laneway suite proposal.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome to City Council. You talk a lot about privacy as being intrusive and not what you want because it's a 2-story building that there's going to be a deck looking over. What if that deck was moved to the south side of the building of that particular laneway suite and not looking into somebody's backyard? Does that take away the privacy?
Well, that certainly reduces the privacy concern about the suite opposite in the laneway, though that would be on 24th Avenue. It would reduce that. And the privacy issue, would be less if the deck were smaller on the south side. Presently there's 4 windows projected for the south side. That deck is 15 feet wide, so a narrower deck and maybe some type of glazing on the window.
Okay.
Might be great.
Okay, that's good. I wanted you to mention that because it's a possibility. So there are other 2 stories in the area. Not a lot, but there's some. Do you find those getting into your privacy?
Well, a 2-story on the main street, like main Sinton Avenue,
right.
Can't complain about that. We're only complaining about ones in the back laneway that we don't think this is an appropriate infill development, a 2-story infill development.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, D16-110, Rob Rayner. Mr. Rayner, if you could identify yourself for the record. who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions from members of council afterwards.
Sure. Greetings, Your Worship, councilors. My name is Rob Rayner. I'm the Manager of Operations Member Services at the Association of Regina Realtors, and I'm the owner of 2822 Sinton Avenue in Lakeview. Thanks in advance for your opportunity to come here tonight and speak before council on the application for Laneway Garden Suite pilot project. I'm actually forming a delegation tonight on behalf of myself, my wife Jen, and my mom Terry. Even though my title was listed on the agenda, I'm not speaking on behalf of the association tonight. First off, a thank you to City Administration for their very hard work on this file. This has been an exhaustive project. Both Chris Sale and Charlie Toman and their teams have been great to work with as a participant. They've been very quick to respond, and they've been very mindful of all the complexities involved in this project. A bit of background. I'd like to start with why we are taking part in this pilot. About 7 years ago, my father passed away suddenly, and at that time, Jen and I were new parents living in Calgary. My parents were living at that time in the house that I grew up in Cochrane, Alberta, just west of the city of Calgary. My mom spent the next year or so in the house after my dad passed. She then decided it was time to move from the old house. So she took the opportunity to keep doing what they love to do, and that's RVing. So she bought a motorhome, and she traveled on her own south for the winter to Arizona. She loved the lifestyle. She loved the motorhome. She had her Jeep in tow, and it's been her home ever since. So during that time, Jen and I decided to move to Regina to raise our family in her hometown. We decided what better place than the street that she grew up on, and we're very fortunate to find a home that we loved across the street from the house that she grew up in and where her parents live today. The home did not have a garage when we bought. We always thought it would be great to have a suite above a garage. I'd seen this type of property in other markets. And as it turned out, shortly after buying, that's when we heard that the city might be looking at laneway housing. So we held off on a garage in order to pursue this. The suite will be perfect for my mom, as she wants to have a permanent Regina home near the grandkids and extended family when she's not avoiding winter, as she likes to say. So let's be really honest here, and this is one of our core reasons for doing this. There's going to come a day when my mom is not able to drive a 36-foot motorhome with a Jeep in tow all by herself and live in that permanently. Our laneway also gives her the opportunity for housing down the road when life happens, and life will happen to all of us at some point. So despite the significant investment, this really pales in comparison to what it would cost her to maintain even a modest home or condo in the city year-round, and the proximity to us and family is unprecedented. This is simply the perfect fit. It's a very big deal for us to know that our kids can grow up with grandma in the backyard and grandpa and nanny across the street. We understand that not everyone is as excited about our life plans as we are. Change is hard. Leading edge is even harder. This project has come under incredible scrutiny from some residents around us. We feel we've tried to respect the impacts of development on the neighboring homes through design and adherence to the strict project guidelines set out by the city. We acknowledge there is not a perfect fit for everyone. There will not be 100% acceptance of this project, but we're proud of our design and we're confident it will fit in with the landscape around us. Let me address some of the specific neighbor concerns. Number one was traffic. Our street, this has been a concern on our street for a number of years due to a non-regulation rental across the street from us. It has 4 to 6 renters at all times and 4 to 6 cars, and it has a large double garage that they currently use as a living room. There's also a number of guests coming and going that add to the resident car population. Parking was a big focus for us. We want to get our cars off the street into the garage, and the suite itself will have a designated parking space beside the garage. None of the cars at our address will be parked on the street, even
Mr.
when the
Rayner, you have
street's
1 minute.
occupied. Thank you. Overlook has been an issue, the height of the structure. Our goal all along was to have the laneway look like it was always there. We've tried to keep it modest in appearance and size. It's a smaller structure than what we could have built on the lot. And we did look at options for placement of the balcony based on feedback after Planning Commission. But after we looked at all of the information available and communicated with city administration, we felt that the design that we have now is the least intrusive. I want to close by saying I applaud the city for moving forward with this program. This type of housing has been very successful in other jurisdictions. It puts Regina on the leading edge of infill development. Infill development in general and the overall gentrification of our core neighborhood is what will give our city longevity and sustain property values. All the truly great cities grow up, not out. We love Lakeview. We love Argyle just a few blocks away. We love the proximity to parking and shopping,
Mr. Reno, I
etc.
have to stop you there. I'm sorry. That's 5 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm sure someone will ask you to expand upon that statement, but I have to stop you at 5 minutes. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, a personal question, because you told a personal story. Do you and your family plan to live in this house for a long time?
Your Worship, Councillor Hawkins, not to be flippant, but the next time I move, I will be in the box. This is our forever home.
I think we all hope then it's a long time. You mentioned that you could have built a different structure on the property that would have been higher. Can you explain that just a little bit?
Your Worship, well, not necessarily higher. We are, the guidelines spoke to 5.8 meters at the midpoint of the roof. We are under that, if memory serves. We actually could have built a larger structure sort of from a size, length and width, and had a larger square footage on the property, but chose not to.
I'd like you to address a bit, if you can, the privacy issue that's been raised, and specifically, perhaps you can discuss the balcony that appears to be the principal point of contention in terms of privacy.
Yeah, Your Worship, the balcony, from my rough calculations, is approximately 9 feet off the ground. It's an 8-foot wall for the garage, and then the balcony is simply on top of the roof of the garage, which would be the ceiling of the suite. So we're about 9 feet. We have a solid railing. It is about 4 feet in depth. The deck is about 4 feet in depth, and it is actually set back into the structure. So it doesn't protrude out into the alley. It's set back into the structure. It's frankly, I think there's been a misconception that this is a 2-story. It's actually a story and a half by nature, again, 5.8 meters to the midpoint. We have houses in the neighborhood and a fresh new build just 2 doors down from us, which are full 2-story height, 12 meter to the top. And so our lot actually allows for a much larger 2-story home, which could potentially have a balcony, you know, many, many feet off the ground compared to ours. So I feel, frankly, the privacy, although we took it into consideration in design, I feel it's been largely overstated on this project.
Does the balcony, I understand, but I may be wrong from what you say, that the balcony looks out in one way. It doesn't, doesn't go around all the way. It's recessed, is that correct?
Yeah, Your Worship, it's set back in. It's got side walls and a solid side front, or solid front railing. So it's not, you know, it's not a full sort of windowed or protruding structure at all.
One last question, if I may. Have you discussed these matters with your neighbors, and have you had much pushback and much support? How would you describe, from your point of view, the reaction of your neighbors on your street?
Your Worship, the neighbors that have come forward, both the Planning Commission and here again tonight, are certainly vocal against our project, and they've been the loudest for sure. We've spoken to neighbors that have been in support. They chose not to write letters and come and present to the various public forums that have been available to them. You know, like I said in my my brief, we're not going to get 100% support on this. We understand that. I know that Mr. Gallup, who will speak later, is upset about the concept of the project. I did drop a letter off to Mr. Gallup just stating that we hope, you know, that his quality of life is not impacted. That's not our intent. We're in it for the long haul, and we've tried to do exactly what design guidelines asked us to do. We considered very heavily after Planning Commission and comments from Councillor Flegel about moving that balcony, but after communication with city administration, you're solving one problem and creating others by moving the balcony at this time. It just simply was not feasible at that time. We're very empathetic with the concept and the change management that needs to go on to a project like this, but I think council, hopefully is playing the long game here and looking at infill development as a necessary part of the growth and the vibrancy of the city.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for coming out tonight. 3 quick questions. Do you have any idea of how this will affect your taxes once it's built, if it gets built?
Your Worship, my understanding is that if the property is reassessed with a new structure like this on it, that property taxes could potentially go up because of the higher assessment. Now, I understand there is a program for infill to apply for a tax exemption. We haven't actually thought about that at this point. It's really early in the game for us, but there is my understanding, at least in my uneducated view at this point, is our taxes could go up.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Thanks for that. Number 2, the guidelines that the city's put in place. Can you just talk a little bit about your interaction with those guidelines and the design that you came up with, how that related to the guidelines we have in place?
Your Worship, that was my first kick at the can, and going through guidelines with that depth of, sort of really reading them and trying to apply them, because I've never done anything like this before. We had actually a designer who will speak later today who does this for a living, so that's why we went and got the help. Anecdotally, I have heard, and I would concur, that these are extremely strict and rigorous guidelines that the city has come up with for very good reason. I did sit in on one of the original sessions that started to formulate the guidelines. I actually thought about going on to that particular task force, but then stepped back because we wanted to compete. We wanted to go into the project and felt that would be a conflict of interest.
Okay, thanks for that. And final question, you mentioned other jurisdictions. Are you familiar with laneway suites in any other Canadian cities?
Vancouver, and I know Edmonton has done them, and I know Calgary talked about them. But the one that I referred to on my brief was in Vancouver, where it's been just phenomenally successful.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you think that it will fit into your neighborhood because there's a couple of other 2-story homes. Is that correct?
Your Worship, yes, there are other 2 stories. There are 2 stories across the lane from us, and there's 1 2 doors down from us. And there are other homes in the neighborhood. There's one a few blocks over that they've added a 2nd story. So it's not really that unique to have a taller garage. In fact, there are a number of garages in the neighborhood that have, a second half story on them. They may not be residential in nature, but I know one that's a studio for sure. And so that was part of our vision, is to try and, fit in that regard. But when I say fit in, what I mean is that we tried to design the suite so that the exterior looked like the current home, so that 5 years from now, when you drive by, you would think that it was there all along. I think that's been one of the successes of a lot of the houses that have redone their exteriors, is they've done it in a very modest way, and they look like they were original.
So, through your worship, have you thought about, with the concerns of the residents around you, have you thought about having like a garden laneway suite that's not over a garage, just having the building on the main floor?
Your Worship, we never, in our instance, we never considered that option, because the whole concept was to do a dual purpose, a garage, and have the opportunity for residents as well. So, yeah.
Okay. I just want to put this nice way. So if your mother chose to move elsewhere, I'll put it that way, now you've got this vacant suite above your garage, who would you look at renting it to?
I'm not sure who we would look to. That's not our plan. Our plan is to have my mom there for the foreseeable future, and maybe someday one of the boys lives there while they're going to university. That was something we talked about, but our plan was not to put this in the open rental market. But under the guidelines, it could, but that's just not our plan at this point.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Thanks for coming out again. You, in your discussions with Councillor Hawkins, you said there's a downside to putting the balcony on the other side of the building. what, you didn't answer, you didn't say what the downside was.
Your worship, the investigation that we did after Planning Commission was that if the balcony was moved to the south side of the building, it would be closer to our side neighbors and potential for overlook there, as opposed to being approximately 24 meters away from the residence directly behind us. It would be about 14 meters away from 2 residences on the side. That was one of the considerations the city asked.
You mean beside you?
Beside us, yeah.
Okay.
So that was one of the considerations that administration had us take into account.
Were you told by administration the maximum height you can go?
Yeah, the guidelines are very clear. It's 5.8 meters at the midpoint.
5.8 at the midpoint?
At the midpoint of the roof. So, and dormers, I believe, are 70% of the roof. And there's a detailed calculation to get all of that to work. We had originally had a different roof line, which by the math made it over height, even though the height of the structure didn't change. We moved the dormers and brought it to well under the 5.8.
And you said the 2-story beside you or a couple away from you is 17 and a half feet?
Well, it's a full 2-story, so whatever that is. It's a flat roof, so they were able to take advantage of the full height.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I saw a drawing here, and are you not treed in your backyard on both sides?
We have 3 trees in very close proximity to the back of our lane. 2 of them, whether we build this particular garage or any garage, will have to go.
Okay.
We have a significant tree on the neighbor's lot next to us. They have 2 trees actually next to us, and there are trees to our east as well. So we benefit from really beautiful trees in our particular part of the neighborhood, and obviously our plans to replant trees to accommodate the ones that we unfortunately have to take out.
So at this particular point, if I was to say through you, Mr. Mayor, that your mom would like to sit on the deck and look north at 6 o'clock at night, 7. She's not going to be out there at 11, 12, midnight. I wouldn't, well, maybe she is, I don't know. But was that was sort of the plan? I know plans change. Oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't get me, I understand that. But for the immediate future, and that's what you're building today, you're not expecting your mom to be sitting out there at 8, 9, 10 with binoculars and telescopes and looking at all the neighbors.
Yeah. No, Your Worship, it's not designed as a party deck per se. It's a very modest deck.
Yeah.
There will be a lower amenity area that she can use as well, or we can use.
The one delegation, if I could, he mentioned that it might be too big, too wide. Is that a consideration to, does it make sense for you to narrow it to, because he said it's 15 feet, is that correct? Would it narrow it to 10? Would that help, or would that change it too much for you?
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I can't answer that question at this time. I mean, we tried to build this as compact as possible under the guidelines without, having to do a very steep, taller roof. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thanks for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Flego. Other speakers? Councillor Burnett?
Thank you. Just to clarify some of what I heard, what's the age of that neighborhood?
Well, South Lakeview, Your Worship, is sort of, I'm going to say homes ranging from the mid-50s, and then a lot of homes in the 60s, and now we're seeing a lot of new builds. So there was
So it's a neighborhood in transition where, like, say, there's some brand new builds. I think you mentioned 2 doors down is a brand new 2-story, and others have added a 2nd story on. So
and there's been a number of homes that have done really complete renos, so they might be by age a 50s or 60s home, but by nature they're now new.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. Just trying to get my head around, is it a transitioning type area where there's a lot of new sort of fixer-ups and
a lot of redevelopment
and new builds?
Yeah, a lot of redevelopment, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to John Robinson, D16111. Mr. Robinson, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions from members of council afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is John Robinson, and I'm an owner of Robinson Residential Design here in Regina. Our firm has been commissioned to design 3 of the 6 laneway homes that are currently being voted on tonight. 2990 Albert Street, 2822 Sinton Avenue, and 2117 Edward Street. As home designers, we're pleased to see laneway homes and garden suites being considered for this pilot project, following the lead that many Canadian cities have taken as an integral form of infill housing. These laneway homes work towards the objectives of the secondary suites bylaw, which permitted rental space for tenants and potential income for homeowners inside the principal dwelling, without a serious increase in traffic and parking issues. These 3 laneway homes have been carefully designed to conform to a very detailed and prescriptive document as written by the City of Regina. This document stipulates maximum site coverage, building heights, building area, massing, and roof design. Windows, doors, and balconies are strictly mandated to provide privacy for the homeowner, tenant, and neighboring properties. This is not likely a building form that's going to attract mass public appeal, because meeting the requirements for sewer and water upgrades, site surveys, and engineering services are very costly for the homeowner. The requirements for parking and landscaped areas should alleviate concerns regarding overbuilding and parking issues. It is the regulation of these laneway and garden suites that will ensure that development is controlled and subject to review before any future zoning changes are proposed. I would like to comment specifically on 2 laneway homes that are being considered tonight. 2990 Albert Street is a unique example of an adaptive reuse of a municipally approved heritage building built in 1911 as a coach house. The 350 square foot suite proposed for the main floor is a similar size to the one that was original to the building that served as the Carriage Boys suite in the 2nd floor loft. Situated near this rear lane of this very large treed property, this suite will have a private ensuite parking space and outdoor amenity area. I would also like to speak to you about 2822 Sinton Avenue, which has been the subject of considerable debate. This laneway home consists of a 572 square foot 1-bedroom suite over a 2-car garage. Great care was taken to build most of the suite into space and keep it as low as possible. We have intentionally kept windows off the side-facing walls for privacy for the adjacent neighbors. 4 windows face into the homeowner's backyard. There is a small balcony for 2 chairs on the north side facing the lane. This balcony has been built into the roof with a solid wall balustrade and high end walls to screen the views of the other properties and the tenants. All north-facing windows and door are recessed into the roof and face onto the balcony. The exterior finishes have been designed to match the materials of the principal dwelling. Unfortunately, this laneway home is being proposed for a block in South Regina that does not have a lot of trees and few garages. Laneway homes will impact the feel of rear lanes, but just as when your neighbor might build a 2-story home, landscaping can help provide privacy. Every situation will be different, but if the guidelines are followed closely, the impact of laneway homes should be minimal. In conclusion, I would like to mention that this new infill housing model provides new opportunities for intergenerational housing, student accommodation, and caregiver suites. There have been many studies published about the benefits of eyes on the street, in this case the lane, which decrease crime. I hope the analysis and evaluation of these completed homes will highlight their successes and point to areas requiring change. These are important homes and will offer new possibilities for home and home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time, and there are questions. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. Good evening. I don't think we've met, so I'm assuming you've designed houses more than just these 3 carriage ones. Is that true?
Your Honor, I've done a few houses in my day. It's not
Good.
my first
Thanks
rodeo.
very much. And would you have ever done a house that, where they took the roof off and created a 2nd story? You ever done that?
Your Worship, we have done that. We've done that in Lakeview. We've done it in just about every established area.
Good. So I just want to talk a little bit about height, if I could, if you don't mind. I drove the alley, I drove the streets here in this area. So from the Sinton Avenue 1, there is a 2-story, and it is a flat roof. Do you would have any idea what height that would be at approximately?
Well, I know the house, Your Worship, I know the house you're looking at. It's a very high house, and it's one that I hope the new infill guidelines will address. Because the main floor of that house is probably, I would say, close to 6 feet above the adjacent grade. Most of the houses in that area, the main floor is probably 30 inches above the adjacent grade. So right away, you couple that with 9-foot ceilings, floor trusses that are 2 feet deep now instead of 2 by 10s, and you get a house that's probably going to be 6 to 8 feet higher than a regular 2-story.
Yeah, so it's very high,
Yeah.
and it's in the neighborhood. Down the alley, seems to be another 2-story. Let's call it a normal 2-story. What would the height of a normal 2-story be?
Well, Your Worship, what I can tell you is that the height of the second floor would most likely, in a traditional 2-story built in the 50s, would probably be 11 feet. The floor would be 11 feet. So eye level would be 5 feet more than 16 feet.
16 feet.
Yeah.
And the one that's proposed for Sinton is how tall?
The main floor would be 9. It's going to be less than that.
Okay, thank you. I also noticed in my little drive that there are maybe not as many garages as I find in other areas, but there's some significant size garages. So if I had a normal peaked garage, how tall would a normal peaked garage be?
Your Worship, a normal garage, typically in Regina, usually has a 4 and 12 roof, so it's a lot less of a roof.
Yeah.
So the peak of that roof might be 14 feet.
Thank you. So if the proponent, I'm just going to use Sinton because that's what we've been talking about recently, was to come up with a different plan, not build this carried suite, but say, Mr. Robinson, I want to put a second story on my house. He's got a normal, what I'd call 1,040 square foot bungalow and so on. Where would that one end up?
Your Worship, that house would probably be 3 feet higher. The floor would be 3 feet higher than what it would be right now in this garage because we've got a basement out of the ground, we got a main floor, 2-foot floor truss, and we'd be up considerably higher.
So, but that could become a viable option for him, whether he was doing this or not. Is that correct? He has a size lot.
We could put 2 floors on top of that house if we built it into the roof space down the road.
I wasn't prepared for that. So we could go 2 stories higher. And where would we end up in terms of height, would you speculate?
It would be the midpoint of the roof that would be the point in question, and that would have to be, I can't answer that one on my feet here, but we have been asked to do houses, and there have been some houses built in Regina that have a 3rd floor attic suite.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for waiting around for your presentation. Did you take part in the public consultations that led to these guidelines?
Your Worship, yes, we did. I was at those meetings. We were also engaged by Brooks McElroy, the company that wrote them, to give a critique early on.
Okay, and now having engaged with them a few times, you said 3 of these projects you worked on. Is there any tweaks that you would see, things that are missing, things that are there that shouldn't be there?
Your Worship, I think the things that we would tweak is just some of the definitions and terminology. We got a few of the things confused, and we do this every day. So I think it's just there's some terminology issues that we need to resolve.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for the information that you gave us this evening. When I read the guidelines, it seems to me that they're restrictive in terms of what you can do and what you have to do in order to meet those guidelines. As someone who builds a lot of houses, what were the things that were restrictive for you, or that you had to meet in order to be able to take part in this?
Your Worship, I think the thing that would be the most restrictive is probably the height of the building and the design of the roof. There's very tight controls about how far a window can be from a property line, but also roof slopes are extremely complicated, and you've got to try and find a living space up in that space on the top. Some of the applications that you have before you have flat roofs or virtually flat roofs. We decided to put sloped roofs on the ones that we designed because we felt they were less obtrusive in the community than a two-story.
Okay.
But it's just the tight geometry you've got to design a structure around to get a living space in.
And when I was reading, one of the things that struck me was that you have to screen the waste and the recycling on these units. It can't be just sitting in the alley. Did I read that correctly?
Your Worship, that's correct. There's a lot of things on these, whether it's private amenity space at grade level, parking space. There's a lot of things that have to be accommodated, and it is a very complicated document.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for the interesting detail that you provided. Are you satisfied with respect to Sinton Street that all reasonable measures have been taken to preserve the privacy of neighbors, recognizing that any laneway suite is probably going to affect privacy to some degree? Are you satisfied that in this specific case, everything's done that could reasonably be done to preserve neighbors' privacy?
Your Worship, we are satisfied. We have gone to great pains to come up with a plan that has the least impact. This unit would be a lot nicer if it had more windows on the sidewalls, but we haven't got windows. The windows facing the south are designed to be small. They're designed for light, not for view. Even the windows that are on the back of the house, what you would typically see in a living room, these aren't that big. It's interesting to note that we've also kept this small. Of the 6 laneway homes, there are 3 larger than this and 2 smaller, and it's the shortest one. So we can't get the building any lower. I agree that moving the balcony to the south side, it just causes a different problem because we still have windows on the north side, even though we don't have a balcony.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. Move on to our next delegation. It's Christopher Gallup, DU 16-112. So Gallup, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and Councillor may have questions afterwards.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christopher Gallup. I'm the resident of 2819 24th Avenue, directly north of 2822 Sinton Avenue proposed development. Previously, during the Laneway Suite pilot project, I submitted objections to the development of Sinton Avenue to the project team, and I stood up in objection to the development in front of the Regina Planning Commission. I have lived in the south end of Regina for my entire life and have lived in this home for the past 4 years. As a young professional, when I was looking for a home, I was drawn to the Lakeview area because it offered detached single-family dwellings with yards and privacy. I sought out a home without neighboring dwellings looming over top of it, unlike homes common in newer developments like Harbor Landing and Greens on Gardner. The Sinton Avenue Laneway Suite proposed balcony has an unobstructed view of my bedroom, bathroom, washroom, and kitchen, as demonstrated in figures 1 and 2 that I have provided. The response from the pilot project administration for my concern regarding overlook was, the administration encourages homeowners to communicate with one another with respect to fencing, landscaping, and minimum overlook into others' backyards. As of the date that I submitted this speech to the council, the owner I had only met once after the Planning Commission meeting. I provided my contact information and expressed eagerness to discuss the development. He did not offer me his contact information, nor had he spoken to me since. He did deliver a letter into my mailbox last Friday, but that was after the submission. I've spoken to realtors, and they have confirmed that Sinton Suite would have an adverse effect on my property and adjacent property values, as the suite would remove the beneficial quality common to Lakeview homes, namely the privacy that buyers interested in Lakeview properties seek. During the Regina Planning Commission The pilot project team disclosed that they were intending to enter into legal agreements with the residents of the approved developments to ensure they can obtain the occupant's opinion on the success and failure of the constructions. I question how the pilot project will assess the opinion of neighbors to the developments. So far, the neighbors of Sinton, the development, have displayed the following opinions. Except for Albert Street development, Sinton has the most letters submitted in opposition to the development, 9 letters. These letters voiced 23 distinct concerns for the development, almost equal to all the concerns voiced for all other developments combined, 29. These numbers are provided in the table 1 of the package that I submitted to the council. Compared to other proposed developments, Sinton had the most delegations appear before the Regina Planning Commission in opposition to the development. Sinton Avenue development also had the most members of the Planning Committee vote in opposition to the development. Is this not enough of a response to identify the Sinton development as undesirable? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Gallup. Are there questions of delegation? No, apparently there are none. Thank you very much. Oh, get your hand up quicker. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for sticking around. It's been a long night, no doubt. It looks like your neighbor, sorry, thanks for the printouts, first off. Can you just tell me what way is north on this? Like you're north of the proposed development?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like your neighbor to the east has a 2-story house, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that a privacy concern?
No, because a 2-story building such as that, in replacement of an existing 2-story, would be in line with the adjacent properties and not overlook into the house itself. And through the approval process of getting a development permit for a home like that, they would have to get approval for windows aimed towards the other buildings.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to a number of letters. CP 16-32. If I have a motion for that, please, to accept that.
Your Worship, I'll move the recommended disposition of the letters.
Councillor Maria, seconder for that, please. Thank you, Councillor. And these are various opposed submissions, 18 in total, and they do relate, of course, to the projects under consideration. I'll call the question on those letters. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now move on to the main report itself. This is the proposed bylaw amendment to Laneway and Garden Suite pilot project in established neighborhoods. Councillor O'Donnell.
I can have a second. I'll speak to this.
Seconder, please. Okay.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I will read the addresses so we all know what we're talking about. Although our delegation spoke of a couple, there are more. The first one is 2990 Albert Street. The second one is 1932 Atkinson Street. Third is 62 Charles Crescent. Fourth, 2117 Edward Street. Fifth is 3321 Regina Avenue. And the last is 2822 Sinton Avenue. So what is before us is approval for each of those properties to have a laneway suite. I would like, if I could, to speak to the administration about how we got to this point. So I'll begin with, and we've heard it off tonight, is this one of those notions that's in the official community plan?
Ms. Howlick.
Through your worship, it is. It was something that was brought up a number of times during our consultation with the community and industry.
So if I could just take that one step further, after months and months of deliberation, public engagement, and public recommendation, the official community plan endorsed by council included the notion that laneway suites were something that we should pursue. And would that pursuit also be consistent with our ability to meet our infill target of 30%? Is that correct?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, that is correct. It is one of the mechanisms that will help us achieve that target.
Thank you. So there were further to that. Once council, and I stand to be corrected, did council not receive a report that asked for us to endorse the notion of laneway streets and in terms of investigation. Is that accurate?
Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, council did support us looking at how laneway suites could look in the city of Regina, and we did 2 pilot projects already in Greenfield, and we did undertake to do the infill, and we have laneway and garden suite guidelines that were undertaken to look at how that could take place.
So when we did the Greenfield ones, they were in the very east of the city and the south of the city. They were in new developments. Everyone knew that they were there, and that was done in a public fashion. In other words, the community was engaged and knew that these were being developed. Is that accurate?
Through you, your worship, that's right. We did go through a public consultation with respect to the bylaws that were put in place, because our bylaw currently doesn't allow it, so we had to do something specific for those 2 sites to allow those pilots to go forward.
So in other words, publicly on the floor of council, informed through our city website and through the media, we debated the whole idea of laneway suites on Greenfields.
Through you, your worship, that's correct.
And that was endorsed by council. Further to that, now when we started to look at in existing neighborhoods, could you walk me through the process, please?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, I'll go high level, and if you want to go into details about the process, I might defer it to Mr. Toman.
Okay.
But we did take this into consideration because we heard the message very clear that any intensification should be sensitive, content sensitive. So we did go through a process where we undertook consultation to create laneway and garden suite guidelines for specifically the infill projects. So we did have some public meetings, got feedback, had feedback with respect to the document that was produced. And this document was taken through the Mayor's Housing Commission for comments, and ultimately through the Regina Planning Commission with comments. And then ultimately to council, where council endorsed the guidelines, which were the premise of how we were going to move the pilot project forward to ask for applications to apply for the pilot.
So public engagement, public endorsement on the floor of Planning Commission, which is an open public meeting, and public engagement again on the floor of council where it was endorsed by council. Is that correct?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, that is correct.
Thank you. I've heard a reference, the notion that the standards that were that came from these recommendations, that the standards for this development are very high. Could you comment on what that might mean?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, that is correct. They are over and above of what our zoning bylaw requires for regular developments. And for the greenfield developments, it even goes higher than what was required for the greenfield developments. As Councillor Young indicated before, one of the requirements is screening, those sorts of things. We looked at the architectural style. There's a number of different requirements with respect to how these units could be developed on these sites, and we did it specifically in order to mitigate the concerns that could come forward to the best of our abilities.
Thank you. And one last question before I make a comment. All of the addresses I listed that are before us, are any of them on the same block, in the same neighborhood, or at all even reasonably close to one another?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, your worship, they are dispersed. There are a few within the Lakeview neighborhood. There is 3 in Lakeview, but they are spread out. One in Rosemont, one in Cathedral, and one in Heritage.
Thank you very much. Your worship, I think that I just want to conclude this part was Planning Commission looked at this. We heard many of the concerns, but one of the things that the members of Planning Commission who are not architects and not landscape architects said the standards are very high. This is what we would like to see in our community, and we therefore endorse all 6, please.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's stayed so late to talk to this issue, an important issue, no doubt. I've been running through my mind some of the concerns I've heard through this debate, and I'll just like to go through them one by one. So the first concern that I've heard from people is that these will be ugly, but I think in this case, these 6 ones we're talking about, they're not ugly, actually. I think if we proceeded with laneway suites with no guidelines, what we'll end up with is a lot of big white sugar cubes, home hardware specials, build as much space for as cheap as you can, And none of these are that, actually. I think all these are nuanced, all of them have relief. All of them, in my mind, are actually pretty nice. Number two, decreased property values. We've heard that. Actually, I think in the last 4 years, my short time on council here, every infill development that's come to us that there's been delegations speak against, in every single one we've heard decreased property values. I can see why people intuitively think that, but the fact is the opposite's actually true. People building in a new neighborhood is a sign of health in a neighborhood. It's a sign that people want to live there. And with very few exceptions, new developments actually increase property values for surrounding places. That's just the truth. There's lots of research and example to back that up, both in Regina and abroad. Privacy is an issue. That's a fair concern, but in my mind, the guidelines we have in place take this into consideration. Regina is already full of second stories and balconies, and while many of us are hard pressed to sunbathe nude in our backyards, I think this isn't laneway suites aren't really unique to that. I think privacy is always concerned with any build, and I think these examples take that into effect as much as they can. It was also mentioned about privacy, that actually having eyes on the streets is good for a back alley. To have people living in a back alley has a positive effect on what goes on in that back alley. Number four, a concern about infill. That the city is working with the mentality of a sardine cannery. A couple thoughts on that. To keep in mind the OCP's goal of 10,000 more people living downtown and 10,000 more beyond that as infill across the city. That's playing catch up. I brought this up at past meetings that to pick on Cathedral because it's in Ward 3, Cathedral's population has actually dropped by 35% in the last 40 years. There's about 3,800 people less living in Cathedral, fewer people living in Cathedral now than there was 40 years ago. So really, infill is about playing catch up. If we look in the context of the new neighborhood plan before us tonight, that's 17,500 people over the next decades. Tonight we're talking about really 6 units. So the population of Tisdale moves into a greenfield development. One person moves into a laneway suite. This isn't really overwhelming downtown. I think this is really slow and methodic. And number 5, this is an important one, process. It's been brought up, but let's remember that this process actually started 3 years ago. We did a pilot project in Harbor Landing. We had a report back, feedback about how that went. We did another pilot in Greensland Gardner, had feedback about how that went. We hired an expert consultant to do guidelines, so we had public consultation around that. They came back, those guidelines were approved at this table. And now here we are this year with a pilot project that's really about six units. So yeah, I'm in favor of us passing all these and getting more feedback about how it went. And my hope is that I don't expect that laneway suites will happen in every lane across Regina, but I think if these go well, which I expect they will, that we hopefully will see more of these in the future. And ultimately, I think laneway suites will make Regina a better place. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Hawkins.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I'm the councillor for Lakeview, for Ward 2. And sometimes being councillor means that you get caught in the middle. And when that happens, it means you've really got to think hard about the problem. And particularly with respect to 2990 Albert in the corner of Albert and McCallum and Sinton Street, I've heard 2 kinds of concerns. One is a parking concern. But when you think hard about the problem, in both of those examples, cars are coming off the street, not going onto the street. There's going to be no effect on parking at all. The second and maybe bigger concern is the privacy concern. And backing up the privacy concern, we've heard objections from people in the surrounding area. And I respect that, and I'm glad that people are coming forward and expressing their opinion. But I can say this, with respect to 2990, that is my neighborhood. And a number of people who are objecting are my immediate neighbors. And they are a long way, blocks away from the proposed laneway suite, as is my house. With respect to Sinton Avenue, if you look at the diagram, figure 1 that we've been presented, and you see the sketched on red sketch of the proposed laneway suite, there is really a minimal impact on privacy in terms of the neighborhood. Certainly not 18 people are affected in any way by the privacy. The really 1 yard that's affected by the privacy, we've heard that all reasonable efforts have been taken in that respect, and if we're going to have laneway suites, there's going to be some impact on privacy. My point is that many of the objections we're hearing are not from people that could conceivably be affected by privacy. What's more with Sinton is I canvassed the street 2 weeks ago and I didn't get the kind of pushback that we're hearing tonight. So what's going on here? What's this all about? I think what this is all about are people in these areas saying, well, we're worried about the floodgates opening up. Maybe we're not so concerned about this one laneway suite, but we're worried that the laneway suite is going to pop up on every garage in the area. Well, the answer to that is simple. This is an experiment. I suppose in Regina there are something like 60,000 houses. We're dealing with 6 proposed houses. And this is an experiment that we've endorsed as a council because we think there may well be some merit in laneway suites, and because we've ringed it around with rigid regulations, tight regulations, to minimize the impact so that we can conduct this experiment. And it seems to me that's a reasonable approach for us to take. Why won't the floodgates open? They won't open because if this experiment proves that laneway suites are not a good idea for this city, it'll stop at 6. I don't think that's going to happen. If it shows that some tweaks need to be made to our regulation on laneway suites to make them better, then we can make those tweaks. So I think that when you look at the bigger picture here, one, you've got to say fair game on privacy and traffic and parking, but when we look at these proposals, they're not really engaged for very great numbers, and they're held to minimum impact. And when we look at the bigger picture here, should Regina, is it in the interest of the Regina to run this kind of limited experiment, tightly controlled experiment? Surely the answer, for reasons given by Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Fraser, and all of us when we adopted this measure, surely the answer is yes, we have to run this experiment, and this is the best way to run the experiment. So for that reason, I'm going to support approving all 6 laneway suites.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm just going to talk about the two suites that have people concerned, because the rest I don't seem to have concerns about, at least not from the input that I've gotten. So the one on Albert Street, I actually feel that that was built for a suite. So I almost think it should have been grandfathered in anyways. So I don't have a problem with that one going forward as a suite. The one on Sinton Avenue, I did have concerns that it wouldn't fit into the neighborhood. I took a look at it, but I also took a look, even if you look at the picture that was given to us, it actually shows second-story buildings next door to the person who is saying that they don't want this for privacy reasons. So I actually do think it fits into the neighborhood, and I'm hoping it'll be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. We heard from the proponent that it's when his mom is going to be there, when she's not away for the winter. Hopefully they have a new parking spot for the 36-footer, but it's something that I think those extra eyes on the street and in the lane will be a good thing for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the report. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak to 2 things that I think have helped me form my opinion of where I am with these laneway suites. And the first one is that when these guidelines for the pilot projects came forward, I was thrilled because the guidelines are strict, and they ask for some things in these suites that I would like to see happen in other homes that are built in the city. I would like to be able to live next to a home that has been built with those guidelines in place. Secondly, I think that others have spoken of the fact that this is a pilot project, so we'll be hearing about this and we'll be able to see how it goes and comment on it. I visited one of the Greenfield laneway suites and thought that it was delightful, and that's where I think I might want to go when I sell my house. Beautiful place to live. So as to 2990 Albert Street, it was before us not long ago to get heritage designation, a beautiful example of heritage designation. And what's being done now to the carriage house in the back is fantastic, because they're taking it right back to where it was, including this space for the 350 square foot apartment. So it's really taking that house back to where it was. It's not something new that's being added. It's actually taking that back to the character of that neighborhood, and some of the people that were concerned and wrote talked about changing the character of the neighborhood, and I think it's doing just the opposite. The other, Sinton Avenue, it's difficult to think about your privacy being invaded. However, when I think about the fact that a two-story home with large windows could be built on that same lot, and it wouldn't even be here before council, I can't say that the laneway suite is something that should not be there. So I'm going to support all 6 of the laneway suites, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers? I have a question of the administration, and that just relates to, this is obviously, as was stated, a pilot project. We're going to get feedback from those who actually have put those pilots on the property. Will we be talking to the community around to see what the reaction has been over time, what the impact has been? Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that is correct. Our plan is that property owners, tenants, and neighborhood residents will be canvassed to get their feedback on the pilot project. We'll be looking at impacts, everything from the services, garbage, parking, hookups, transit use, lot size, and privacy issues.
Good. Thank you for that. If there's no other speakers, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is 109, which is the proposed official community plan map amendments. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Seconder. Councillor Murray.
This is really considered by Planning Commission anyway as a housekeeping venture. It talks about the southeast lands, takes a look at some housekeeping in terms of updating the city limits maps, adding the internal boundaries in the joint planning area between us and the RM of Sherwood, updating the highway bypass route because now it is set and under construction, and office areas as well. Simply housekeeping. Consider.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just goes back to some questions from earlier tonight. Appendix A, the first map. Yeah, again, earlier tonight we heard that this actually is a map for 314,000 growth map. So
Did
if
you
that's
have
the
your
case,
question answered last time, Councillor Fraser?
Well, I just don't know if this map is actually up to date with the changes we made to the Southeast Neighborhood Plan anymore. And if that's the case, I think we should refer back to administration to change it.
Ms. Harlock? Presumably this is a more updated map.
Through your worship, I just want to make sure, are we just looking, Appendix A map?
Appendix A map 1, sorry.
Through your worship, I'll defer this to Ms. Lugner with respect to the calculations.
Ms. Lugner?
Through you, your worship, we're still referring to the current growth horizon as the 300K horizon. The actual population that we might achieve within the land areas is still somewhat in the air because there are a couple of special study areas. So the map acknowledges that the populations in the upper left-hand corner do not include the 4,000 additional residents that would be added as a result of this amendment. So there's some small text there that refers to the additional 4,000 that would be brought in as a result of this amendment. We plan to do the 5-year OCP review, and at that time we'll clean up all of the numbers.
And when does that happen, sorry? We're in year 3?
That's
Ms. Lugner?
Through you, your worship, that's scheduled for 2018-2019.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, we do have 4 bylaws, but I wanted to point out that report or bylaw 60, there is a numbering issue on this, and I asked the solicitor to clarify what that is. We may need an amendment. In fact, we will need an amendment on that bylaw. Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. There's a drafting error in this bylaw. It should read, the bylaw in front of you, section 2, should read at the end of that sentence, section 6D7 and not 6D6. Below that, then the new heading should be 6D8, and all the numbering that has 7s should be substituted with 8s. So I'd ask council to make that amendment, and then it will correct the error. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps if we, Councillor Fraser, when you get to second reading, we can ask for the wording of that from the administration and then have a vote on second reading. Councillor Fraser, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws number 2016-59, 2016-60, 2016-61, and 2016-62 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fraser? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has completed consideration of the previous reports and will now consider the public notice bylaws as follows. 216-59, respecting the proposed designation of the property at 701 Pinkey Road as municipal heritage property. Number 216-60, respecting the permission of 6 laneway suites to be developed as part of the city's pilot project. 216-61, respecting the adoption of a policy framework for growth, development, and servicing of a new area in the southeast part of the city. And 216-62, respecting the incorporation of lands in the southeast and other minor amendments to update maps and boundaries. If there is anyone present in the gallery who wishes to speak to any of these proposed public notice bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you. We've just done the first reading. Move to second reading.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws number 2016-59, 2016-60, 2016-61, and 2016-62 be read for a second time.
So to the solicitor, just an indication of the motion, or you have it up here? Okay. Councillor Fraser, you want to move that motion?
Sure, I'd like to move the
seconder, please.
Seen on the screen there.
Seconder for the motion. Okay, Councillor Flagel. Do we all understand the intent of the motion? The amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2016-59, 2016-60, 2016-61, and 2016-62 going to a third reading at this meeting.
It would be the second reading. We haven't voted on the second reading yet.
Sorry.
Just move the motion. We passed it. So second reading on report 60 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, thanks for that. And now I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2016-59, 2016-60, 2016-61, and 2016-62 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaws number 2016-59, 2016-60, 2016-61, and 2016-62 be read for a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we'll move on to delegations, communications, bylaws, and related reports. We do have a communication, Mr. Ross Keith, which would be on the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program at 2022 Lawrence Street. It is a communication, but Mr. Keith is here for questions only. So, do members of council have any questions of Mr. Keith? He's been waiting a long time in the gallery. Maybe a question or two would be good. Any questions? So a motion to receive and file communications. Councillor O'Donnell, Councillor Burnett seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to our Finance and Administration report. This is on the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program application for a tax exemption, the Frontenac Apartments.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. So that's CR 16110. The recommendations coming from Finance Administration. If I can have a seconder, I'll go ahead and read
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks, Councillor Hawkins. So we got number one, that the tax exemption for the property known as the Frontenac Apartments be approved for the amount eligible, not equal to or lesser of, but 50% of the eligible cost of the work described in Appendix D. or an amount equal to the property taxes payable for 10 years. Your worship, I sort of shortened it up a little bit and left out all the legal land description, but if you don't know what that is, it's easy to find it. So it's these reports are all available on the web. That the provision for property tax exemption be subject to the following conditions. A, eligibility for the property tax exemption include the requirements that the property possesses and retains its formal designation as a municipal heritage property in accordance with the Heritage Property Act. B, the property shall submit detailed written documentation of payments made for the actual costs incurred, the itemized invoices and receipts for the completion of identified conservation work as described in Appendix D. In the event the actual cost exceeds the corresponding estimates by more than 10%, the property owner shall provide full particulars as for the reasons why any cost overruns. It's understood the city may decline to approve any cost overrun or portion thereof if considered work is not reasonable or necessary incurred for the eligible work. C, the work that is completed and invoices submitted by September 30th each year shall be would be eligible for an exemption the following year up to 50% of the cost of the work approved. That the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary agreements and authorizing bylaws for the property tax exemption detailed in the report. And finally, your worship, 4, that the executive director for planning and development or his designate be authorized under the tax exemption agreement to make all determinations regarding reimbursement for the cost incurred for the work in the property based on the city's heritage building rehabilitation program conservation plan for the property. Your worship, with all of that, we had a fair bit of discussion actually at committee, and the committee is moving forward on those recommendations, and that would be the report, your worship.
Councilor, can you just go over the value of the exemption? I think it's on page 5 of the report that talks about the value of the exemption over 10 years. So we have
surely can. So we have the municipal portion, your worship, for the annual property tax exemption based on the 2016 figures would be estimated to be around $29,867. That would be made up, your worship, of a municipal portion of that tax being $10,504, education portion is $17,603, and a library portion of $1,760.
Good. Thank you for that. Are there other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to another delegation. Mr. Petrovic, again, with the B&A Planning Group with respect to the East Victoria Concept Plan. Just for the record, introduce yourself, please. Once again, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of you again this evening. I'm here before you this evening to speak to the East Victoria Concept Plan. I'd be remiss not to mention who's in attendance with myself this evening, who's helped in support of the development of this plan. In attendance are my colleague Nancy Sanborn of B&A Planning Group, Bruce Belmore of WSP, and Daryl Brown of Associated Engineering. In addition, we're in attendance, we have Mr. Blair Forster of Forster Projects and Chad Jedlick of Harvard Communities, who are one of the major landowners within the plan area. Your Worship, members of council, the East Victoria Concept Plan forms part of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, which was discussed earlier this evening, and is comprised of approximately 240 acres. The plan area is bound by Victoria Avenue to the north, the Regina Bypass to the east, and the Regina Funeral Home and Cemetery to the west of the plan area. Your Worship, the East Victoria Land Use Plan has been influenced largely by surrounding conditions. Predominant land use conditions in proximity to the plan area include a wide range of residential uses and established communities to the southwest, commercial and hospitality uses along the Victoria Avenue urban corridor, and some existing light industrial recreational uses to the north of Victoria Avenue. Collectively, these existing land use conditions, coupled with existing transportation conditions adjacent to the plan area, have played a part in forming the concept plan before you this evening. Aside from these existing conditions, an additional blueprint in relation to this plan area has been both the OCP Design Regina as well as the Southeast Neighborhood Plan we discussed earlier this evening. Design Regina has identified the East Victoria corridor and these lands in question as a future urban center. And in short, the intent of the urban center is to accommodate a range of residential uses and intensive commercial uses. Under the Southeast Plan, which we discussed earlier this evening, the plan area has been identified for commercial and mixed-use development. It is both the OCP and the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, which establishes the policy direction for these areas. Based on that policy direction, the transportation and land use conditions that exist, the concept plan calls for a range of land uses. First and foremost, it's identified the lands adjacent to Victoria Avenue as a regional commercial area consisting of a wide range of service-oriented commercial uses. As you move southward from that regional commercial area, the plan's identified a future residential area envisioned to accommodate a range of housing densities. And as you move adjacent to that, a future mixed-use area has been identified to transition the regional commercial to residential area. Your Worship, members of council, as outlined in the planning submissions before you, the concept plan has been supported by comprehensive work completed by MMM and Associated, which has examined both the ultimate transportation conditions to service the plan area, as well as the ultimate servicing conditions. Two all-directional access points to Victoria Avenue are proposed, and portions of the roadway to accommodate multi-use pathways which will connect this commercial area to future residential areas to the south have been identified. Your Worship, members of council, in addition to this, the plan has also established an approach to phasing. Effectively, 2 phases have been identified. Phase 1 includes those commercial lands adjacent to Victoria Avenue, which has been subsequently broken up into 10 individual planning cells. And Phase 2 encompasses those lands to the south of the commercial area. So in short, Your Worship, members of council, it is our assessment that the concept plan before you this evening aligns with Design Regina and the Southeast Plan. It's been developed in consideration of adjacent land use and transportation conditions.
You have 1 minute left.
Sure. Will provide a range of regional and local commercial services, and at full build-out would support approximate population of 1,700 persons and approximately 2,500 jobs. So based on that assessment, Your Worship and members of council, we respectfully request support for this concept plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Other questions? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, you still make reference, or you are making reference to residential, but do I assume that's in Phase 2, not in Phase 1?
Yeah, that's correct. The residential lands are considered Phase 2, and as per the administrative report, the approval of the residential lands is actually not included.
Right, thanks. And in terms of imminent, is this imminent? So if this is passed today, will we see construction in?
Your Worship, members of council, I might ask one of the owner representatives come up and speak to that. They're more in tune in terms of the timing of the development.
Mr. Forrester, if you could, for the record, identify yourself, please.
Your Worship, my name is Blair Forrester of Forrester Projects, and in partnership with Harvard Developments, we're one of the owners of Aurora Retail Corp., which is one of the proponents of the application today.
So if you could speak to when we might see construction.
In Your Worship, the key occupant of our site, we have a deal in place with them. And should we receive your approval, we would immediately move into rezoning, which is would go to Planning Commission immediately, and we would start seeing grading on the site this fall, with servicing to start in the spring, and our first occupancy would be in November of 2017.
Thank you for that. Can I just clarify as well about access? So if you are starting pretty quick, how does one off of Victoria access your development?
Your Worship, in the first phase of our development, we would be completing the Zinken Road intersection, and we would be basically servicing the main infrastructure for all cells on our land, which would include the connection to Tower Road.
And could you speak to the adjacent cemetery and their access, please?
Those lands would be under a subsequent application, which would be the creation of Chuka, intersecting Victoria, again on an all-turns intersection, but that would come at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions? Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you. So we'll move on to the main report for the RPC. It's the proposed Victoria Avenue East concept plan. Councillor Donald.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please?
Seconder. Okay.
So I think from the delegations and our previous discussion with the Southeast lands, you understand what's here. This is a commercial development that as you also heard, is ready to go. When we looked at this, we saw the consistency in terms of what was planned, what was asked for. Southeast plans, we have no issues with this. We acknowledge, as has been discussed on the floor of council a few times, about the servicing arrangements and how that will work, but are assured by administration and by the developer that we are ready to go in terms of current water pressures, et cetera. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. We spoke about this at length at Finance and Admin, and I'm satisfied with all of the planning that has been done. But I do have a question. When we approved the north side of Victoria Avenue commercial space, and now we are looking at the south side. When we approved the north side, there was much discussion about the fact that this is the gateway, one of the gateways to the city. Is there anything being asked of those two commercial developments about gateway and what it will look like and how it will be an entrance to the city that would be beautiful?
Ms. Howard.
Through your worship, I'll start and then pass it over to Mr. Fenton. There is policies within the Southeast Neighborhood Plan that that you approved tonight, and what we will do is work with the proponents on those gateways. But I might ask Mr. Fenton to expand if he has anything further.
Thank you.
Mr. Fenton.
Through your worship, as Ms. Howdelick mentioned, there are a number of policies relating to this issue. You'll also note within the zoning bylaw currently, there are special regulations in Chapter 15 dealing with landscaping for gateway areas. So at a minimum, the zoning bylaw can and should be amended to identify the relevant segment of Victoria Avenue as a gateway. Therefore, that area would fall within those special gateway landscaping regulations of Chapter 15. There are also other opportunities through the improvement to Victoria Avenue itself for the city to proactively look at improvements within the right-of-way. And lastly, there's a number of policies supporting and encouraging superior site design within the privately held lands of the land developer as well. So there's opportunity for negotiation through the concept plan rezoning and subdivision processes for various means of getting to a better design.
Thank you. And so we'll be seeing detail on that when it comes forward to Planning Commission and then Council, correct?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, Your Worship, the applications that are required to come to Planning Commission will come forward for your review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions? I have the question of the administration, and it relates again to transportation. And I'm assuming that a transportation impact study has been done. And what impact does it have on Victoria Avenue in its capacity, or any other street that goes to the south, we'll say toward Arcola, if I could use that Woodland Grove Drive as an example. Just what is the impact, and is there any plans for alteration of any of those streets to accommodate the growth? Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, what I'll do is I'll ask Mr. Brown to go through what's going to be happening with this area and the transportation reports that had to come forward through both the Southeast Neighborhood Plan and this plan.
Mr. Brown?
Through you, Your Worship. To answer your first question, yes, a transportation impact assessment had been done for both the Southeast Neighborhood Plan and the East Victoria Concept Plan in terms of managing the streets and accommodating the traffic within the area. The TIA demonstrated that the appropriate road widths, signals, intersections, and such would accommodate the traffic. Obviously, that traffic has to come to and from the development. As a result, we are adding more traffic onto our roads. However, it's also not only city roads, but also from a regional perspective, you also get dispersion of traffic throughout the region. It will result, obviously, in a reduction in level of service because you're adding more traffic, but that's where, through the Transportation Master Plan, we have projects identified down the road that will address some of those issues to at least maintain or attempt to maintain our existing levels of service.
So we won't be retrofitting any streets. We will be adapting them as development occurs. Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, that's right. As we as Mr. Brown said, there's a number of projects that are identified within the Transportation Master Plan and our long-term planning for infrastructure.
Thank you for that. Other questions on the report? I'll call the question, and all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We're now going to move to infrastructure issues. We have another delegation, Mr. Chad Novak, report 114. So Novak, for the record, state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak, and I am here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for rights of individual taxpayers. I am also here as a candidate for Ward 4, City Council in this fall's municipal election. I want to start off how pleased I am to see the federal and provincial governments coming on board in a big way and helping the City of Regina out with the new transit fleet maintenance facility. With their help, I am confident that this will help expand the capacity for Regina Transit, and in turn will result in much better service times for transit users citywide. With that said, I do have a few questions that remain unanswered after my delegation at the Executive Committee meeting of September 14th, 2016, and they are as follows. Number one, since there is a recommendation in number 3 to remove the remaining items from the carry forward list, are we, the citizens, then to understand that the remaining items on this 10-year capital improvement list are no longer eligible for federal and/or provincial funding? Number 2, does that mean that these projects now are not happening, or are they simply being delayed, or will they still be happening just without the federal and/or provincial funding as hoped? Number 3, what about the remainder of the RRI rail yard renewal project costs? The funding allocated here shows that only half the total estimated cost is going to be funded. How are we handling the rest? Number 4, are the citizens of Regina supposed to believe that these are the only major infrastructure projects that administration feels the city requires attention in the next 10 years and would be eligible for such funding? Number 5, on this list is the Victoria Avenue / Ring Road overpass, but the work is currently happening as we speak. I understand that city taxpayers are being told now that they have to foot the entire $10 million bill on this project. I have to ask, why are city taxpayers paying the full bill if it could have qualified? While this is being talked about, perhaps it could also be explained why the project is being done only during certain hours of the day and why it wasn't perhaps widened to accommodate the future need for multiple lanes in either direction. Number 6, why weren't more pressing infrastructure issues, like an overpass at Pasqua on 9th Avenue North, for example, considered in this list? Or the Winnipeg Street underpass, or an overpass for the trains on the Ring Road, or better yet, determining a solution to finally getting the trains out of the city so as to prevent the need for more overpasses in the first place. Whatever number this is, can you please publish also a full listing of all infrastructure projects that make up this $2 billion infrastructure deficit that we continue to hear so much about, and what the corresponding priorities of each, including timeline and et cetera? Finally, can you please publish the engineering reports so the public can understand why we are having overpasses that the industry would consider to be relatively young already having to be replaced? I've done a lot of research on this topic, and 40 years old is really not that old if the overpasses were properly maintained during their life to date. I want to thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at Executive Committee report on the Build Canada Fund in infrastructure, CR 16-112.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I rise in support of this this agenda item. This is really great news.
You're
Transit's
going to
had.
move this and have a seconder for it?
Oh yeah, okay, I'll move it.
Seconder, Councillor Murray, okay.
Yeah, I think this is really great news. Regina Transit's seen about a 20% increase in ridership over the last 5 years. And this, along with the money that was approved at our last City Council meeting, I think it's really stemmed the tide. You know, I think Regina Transit's been in a hard place for the last few decades, you know, as far as ridership numbers and resources. But I think that that trend has changed, and I think the future looks bright for Regina City Transit. A couple of questions that were brought up by Mr. Novak. How did we come up with this list?
City Manager? Do you want to go? Sure.
Through you, Your Worship, this list is a list that was put together in 2015. So at the time when we brought a report recommending the projects, the priority projects, these obviously were on the list. We've ended up now, excuse me, with the top 3 projects off that list receiving some funding. Obviously, infrastructure, the management of infrastructure, and the opportunity to secure funding from federal and provincial governments is something that administration is constantly negotiating and discussing. So the list was our administration's best advice, given what we felt the most significant challenges in terms of the infrastructure challenge that we were facing. And we'll continue to analyze those as we work on plans such as our water plan and our wastewater plan, as well as our transportation plans. We'll continue to bring priorities forward to Council.
Okay, thanks for that. And then another question that Mr. Novak brought up that I think is a good idea, actually. Would it be possible for us to make public a list of infrastructure needs for the city? You know, when we talk about that you know, the number 2 billion, right? $2,000 million worth of infrastructure needs. Obviously, it's subjective to try to list them number 1 to number 200 in their importance. Again, there's an element of subjectivity to that. But would it be possible for us, you know, we're a city that practices open government, would it be possible for us to share some of those numbers with the public? Thanks.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm sorry, I'm getting a cold. Obviously, we publish a 5-year capital plan each budget cycle, and that obviously outlines the most pressing priorities in terms of infrastructure. Obviously, as we undertake more of our plans, as we've indicated and have been referenced a number of times this evening, and as we do more work on asset management, I think we can continue to update those numbers so that we can start to identify and quantify exactly what that gap is. It's obviously difficult to just say, well, there's a $2 billion infrastructure gap, and here's the projects, and here's the prioritization. Sure. But obviously, as we improve some of our practices, we'll continue to bring that information to Council and the public.
Okay, I think one of the challenges, you know, in the past we've built things without necessarily having an infrastructure, you know, a plan to replace it. You know, that goes right back to day one, not just for Regina, but for municipalities across the country. But I think as, you know, the attitude sort of changes in Regina about pricing out sort of the full cost of some of these projects, that if we're talking about publishing a 5-year plan, it might be of some worth to look at publishing a 30-year plan, you know, with the understanding that, of course, that's going to change because things degrade differently than we understand and that sort of thing. But I think that would be a good move for the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Bryce, could you raise your hand?
I did. Sorry, you didn't see it, so. What happens to that carry forward list once it's taken off this list? Do those disappear, just so everybody knows what happens to them? That doesn't disappear from our list, does it? Through you, Your Worship?
Mr. Holden?
So as I indicated through you, Your Worship, these projects were on the list that was put forward in 2015. Obviously, right now, we're continuing to review our priority projects, so they do stay on the list, and they get considered in terms of some of the other projects that are also coming forward through some of the asset management practices and some of the condition reports that we're undertaking.
Great. I just want to make that very clear to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Councillor Fraser, you take the seat. I appreciate it.
The floor is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I rise in support of the report before us. And just to get some more background information and context to the report, this report is based on projects, as the city manager talked about, projects in 2014 and 15 on the current Build Canada Fund, which is the allocation from the previous government. And then we're getting into, of course, now the fleet maintenance facility contribution agreement, and then the provincial territorial infrastructure component. This report speaks to, once we sign this agreement, is a template for all other agreements into the future. So you do it once, the agreement is fine between the city and the federal government. We have a host of projects that have been that far exceed the list here, and we know that the $2 billion has been mentioned, and of course those are refined over time. But the projects that we have listed on page 2 of the report, we're hopefully knocking these things down and getting support by both the federal and provincial governments. And of course, the fleet maintenance facility is the first one. We're looking for the Winnipeg Street overpass and the RRI project, the downtown revitalization initiative, the septage receiving station. We're hoping that we'll have Ring Road, Victoria Avenue overpass will be at some point some support there as well, but also Buffalo Pound water treatment upgrades as well. So this is a list that we talked about for a number of years on the best advice from our administration, what was the most pressing at the time, what's the most needed. This is a moving target, and things will change over time as investment by senior governments come to the fore, or they don't. Now, with respect to the Victoria Avenue East overpass, I would only say this, and so we talked about this, of course, at Executive Committee previously. Under the Urban Highway Connector Program, the province has decided not to fund this. While the program is in there in name only, there is no resources to fund this. But rather than have a breakdown of that bridge, that overpass, this council is going to take responsibility and get it fixed. And in the grand scheme of things, we would like the province to step up and fulfill the commitments under that program. They have not done that to date, but the work must be done. I make no apologies for this council and administration getting the work done right away, because if, God forbid, if there was an accident of any kind, that bridge failed, we would be the ones wearing that, not the province. So we have to get it done. Would you wish otherwise? Probably so. So we'll see how things go into the future, but the list that we have here is by consensus of this council on a number of occasions, through committee and through council, to support this list, and it will change over time. But the agreement essentially for us tonight is the template agreement in the appendix, which is important. We sign that agreement so money flows on other projects into the future in the coming years. Thank you. Other speakers on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a communication from Pat Paschek from the Petroleum Development Consultant and discretionary use on 4315 Albert Street. He is in attendance for questions only. So I wonder if Mr. Paschek is still here. Okay. Are there any questions of the delegation? You're off the hook. So we'll move on to the report itself. Councilor O'Donnell. Okay, so this is the Planning Commission report, discretionary use application for a car wash, 4315.
Thank you. Thanks.
CR 16121.
Thank you. So I'll bring it forward if I get a seconder.
Seconder. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. So this is an area in South Regina that is looking at being redeveloped. While it includes a service bar, gas bar, it also includes the A&W and so on. And there was actually a number of buildings are down, the area is vacant, and we saw this as being a significant development in the area that brings in much service. So from a smaller gas bar to a much larger gas bar. Saw this was good for the area, and there was no issue from Planning Commission. Seek concurrence.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Any comments on this one? Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just wondering if there was any comment from the administration around the stacking of traffic coming in to A&W as an example, that they're going to have to cross the sidewalk going in there. I know that the other coffee shop that's down in that neck of the woods during the roll up the rim time can create quite a bit of a challenge crossing the sidewalk and get vehicles that actually sit out onto Albert Street. Just have we got any thoughts around that one?
Ms. Howrlock?
Your Worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Searle to add. When we review these things, we do circulate it through our traffic engineers, and we ask for design for those sorts of things to avoid any traffic implications. But I might ask Mr. Searle to go through the details of the redevelopment of the A&W.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, as Ms. Howrlock has indicated, we do go through an exercise with our traffic engineering branch to assess the circulation on site and to look for opportunities to reduce any impact that might occur on street. Another assessment that we do is we look at sightline triangles and so forth to ensure that there are no safety conditions created at driveways. A comprehensive redevelopment like this gives administration the opportunity to do a thorough review of the site to bring it up to current code and conditions and traffic safety matters.
Your Worship, that seals it for me. I'm happy with that. I think we've got the right folks, obviously, on the job. Our city administration have not let us down on these types of projects, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Do we have a timeline for this? Because there's right now a big hole there, I think.
Ms. Howrlock?
Through Your Worship, construction has started and it's moving forward. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle knows the exact timelines or if that was a question for the applicant. Mr. Searle, do you have their timelines?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, in our discussions with the applicant, construction, as Ms. Howrlock has indicated, has progressed and permits are active and being reviewed. Our understanding in discussing with the applicant is they want to move through this process aggressively to over the next year or so to do the comprehensive redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on that. Just a bit surprised to hear there's actually construction happening on this one prior to council approving. Ms. Howrlock, you want to explain that?
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, some of the uses were permitted uses that could proceed. It's the car wash that's a discretionary use that needs to come forward to council. So for the uses that don't require discretionary use approval, they can proceed on that.
What are the elements that require discretionary use?
Right now, currently, it's the car wash.
Just the car wash?
I don't believe, Mr. Searle, there's no others coming forward.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, the only component that's discretionary is the car wash. So the applicant has gone through a process to obtain approvals through the Department of Environment for the tank replacement and so forth. And so any of the uses on site that are permitted are authorized to proceed, but administration would not issue a development permit for the car wash until it's gone through the council process.
And so there's no development on the car wash at this point?
That's correct.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next report is, which actually is a bylaw, Councillor Fraser. This is on the Heritage Properties Tax Exemption Bylaw. Mm-hmm. 64?
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2016-64 be introduced and read for the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw number 2016-64 be read for a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that council hereby consents to the bylaw number 2016-64 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw number 2016-64 be read for a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Next report is CM 16-5, Telex contract extension. Councillor Murray.
I can move the city manager's report, Your Worship.
Okay, can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Your Worship. This is just simply City Council approve a one-year extension to the telex hosting contract. So this is just some internal workings, but just the recommendation be before us. So move the recommendation.
Any discussions on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you through Mr. Mayor. Just curious what happened? Why didn't we deal with this last year? Thanks.
Mr. Ron Wright.
Through your worship, this particular contract was missed by administration. What we'd like to do, we're asking council for approval for a one-year extension, and during that year 2017, we would go to an RFP and put that out for a 2-year period.
Okay. So it'll be a competitive process next year, and this year it's the same price that it was as the existing contract.
Mr. Ron Wright.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions on the report or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Executive Committee reports. Councillor Fraser. The Saskatchewan First Nations Summer Games, Report 113.
Sure, I rise to bring forward a report CR 16-113. The recommendation of the Executive Committee from September 14th is that the city provide a total of $100,000 in support of the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council 2017 Saskatchewan First Nations Summer Games. This support will consist of up to $30,000 cash, city services of up to $30,000 and a cash grant of up to $70,000. Thanks. Do I have a seconder?
Okay, a seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. Discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thanks. I rise to bring forward report CR 16-114, and this is support to host the 2017 Pinties, thank you, Grand Slam of Curling Tour Challenge. And the motion is that the City of Regina indicates support in principle for the 2017 Pinties Grand Slam of Curling Tour Challenge with a cash grant in the amount of $25,000, subject to the following conditions. Thanks.
Okay, a seconder for that, please. Councillor Burnett. Discussion on the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I take the opportunity not only for the previous report, but this one and the two that follow, just to make a comment about facilities. There was great wisdom a few years ago before the Canada Summer Games that our community invested in a number of facilities that we now have. So when the First Nations have a Summer Games, they can use Douglas Park Track in a large format, and all the facilities, like washrooms and so on, are now included. When we look at Pinties, it takes advantage of a smaller rink that we have in the Sixplex, and when you look at the Briar and so on that follows, all of those things make it possible not only for our community to take advantage of great facilities, but we can invite national and international events to our community. Great wisdom. I want to compliment the people that did that years ago.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Report 15 on the 2018 Tim Hortons Briar.
Okay, thanks. I rise to bring forward CR 16-115, and it's a recommendation of the Executive Committee that the City of Regina indicate support in principle for the 2018 Tim Hortons Briar in the amount of $150,000, consisting of $100,000 up to $100,000 in cash grant and provisions of city services valued at up to $50,000, subject to the following conditions. Thanks.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Report 16, Skate Canada International 2017.
Okay, thank you. I rise to bring forward report CR 16-116. It's a recommendation of the Executive Committee from September 14th, 2016, that the City of Regina indicates support in principle for the 2017 Skate Canada International competition with a cash grant in the amount of up to $50,000, subject to the following conditions. Thanks.
Seconder, please. Councillor Flagel, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, just real quick.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. This is just another way of bolstering Regina, and we talk about, Councillor O'Donnell talked to the front going this way, but I'm going to go backwards, and all these ones are all about promoting the city. And for the small price that we're going to pay for these, it's going to be huge return. And we talked about development. These are opportunities that people might want to start living here. So it's a great opportunity for us all. Thanks.
Nice cost-effective way to showcase our city. I'll call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The last report from Executive Committee is 117, Canada 150.
Okay, thanks. I rise to bring forward CR 16-117. It's a recommendation of Executive Committee from September 14th that City Council delegate authority to the City Manager or his designate to approve and enter into a contribution agreement for federal funding in the amount of $150,000 for the Canada 150 New Year's kickoff event in 2017. And number 2, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute the contribution agreement after review by the City Solicitor.
Seconder for that, please. Okay. Councillor Bryce. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move to 2 reports of Finance Administration, tax enforcement.
Yeah, Your Worship, we're going to keep moving along real quick here. This would be CR 16-118. That's tax enforcement application for title 2016 liens. Recommendation, Your Worship, coming from Finance Administration Committee, that the manager of property taxation be authorized to serve 6-month notice on all parcels of land that are included within Appendix A. If I can have a seconder, Your Worship.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. Just a quick question to the administration. I know that at the time this report was here, we had a number of properties. Have some of those properties come off this list since?
Ms. Howlick?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Barr to answer that.
Mr. Barr.
Through Your Worship, at each stage of the tax enforcement, there's properties that pay, and so each day there are properties that have paid off on this list. Probably, I'd estimate about 100 have paid off since this list was created.
Excellent. And what would you estimate at the very end, once everyone's had their chances and finally get cleared up, how many would we end up taking tax title?
Mr. Barr?
Through Your Worship, over the last 5 years, there was 5 properties that we had taken tax title to, and there was none last year.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate very much the work and dedication of the tax enforcement team in ensuring that those taxes are paid. And Your Worship, that would be the report.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Discussion on the report? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, how does this list compare with last year's? Are we longer, shorter?
Mr. Barr?
Through Your Worship, there's 492 on the list this year. Last year there's 411, so it's up slightly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. No other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Report 119. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 16-119. This would be the City of Regina property land sale of North Argyle Park. If I can have a seconder, I'll
Seconder, please.
bring the report forward.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, Councillor Flagel. So we have a number of portions to this. There's 4 that the sale of that portion of land of City of Regina referenced as Southwest Quarter Section 12, Township 18, Range 20, west of the 2nd Meridian, in Appendix A to Cornerstone Holdings Limited be approved under the terms and conditions outlined within the body of the report. Your Worship, that goes on to a second part, that the City of Regina enter into a cost-sharing arrangement with Cornerstone Holdings Limited for the portion of infrastructure required on Big Bear Drive and Argyle Street. Part 3, the City Manager or designate be authorized to finalize the terms and conditions of the property transactions, and 4, the City Clerk be authorized to execute the final documents in the form approved by the City Solicitor. Your Worship, those were the recommendations coming from the Finance Administration Committee of September 6th.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We do have speakers. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise in support of this, and this is a culmination of a bunch of work that has taken place, and this 10 acres is just a continuation. Right now, Argyle Street North is being built. It's paved on the south side of the pipeline, north side of the pipeline, waiting for Enbridge to dot the I's, cross the T's, replace 3 pipes. We can then finish paving over top of it. And it's much the same delay that happened on Pasco Street when they found a contamination from 1974. We had to wait on Enbridge to do that. And all fairness to them, they had to do their due diligence. But now, once this is built, from Rochdale north to the city limit of this land, and there's 220 hectares out there that are undeveloped commercial land, and then they're going to go west on Big Bear and join up to Pasco Street, which I've been told there's going to be lights at Pasco and Big Bear shortly. So the connectivity to get in and out of Ward 10 has just gotten so much better with this land, and the developer has entered into this agreement with the city to build this road, much like they did with Big Bear that is existing there today with Vanstone and Big Bear. So good news story. It's going to be a chunk of land that the developer can utilize. Now he can look at the big picture and see exactly what they can do with the land to the south of Rochdale, and now adding to a piece of the land they already own north of Rochdale up to Big Bear, and then further north is the city. Having said that, with this land and that road, this gives the city an opportunity to say to developers, hey, we already have a road there. We don't have to build another one. Come on and open up the doors for commercial land into our 220 hectares when the real estate division and everybody is ready to do that, which could be 1 to 5 years from now. So great news story for the North. Thank you very much for doing this, and I'm going to be in full support, and I hope I get that from you guys too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other comments on the report? Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2 reports from Planning Commission. We have a street name change in the Creek subdivision. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. A proposed street name change, Crescent to Bull Rush Way in the Creek. Seconder, please.
Seconder for this, please. Councillor Murray.
This is also housekeeping, just a matter of cleaning up the street so it's easily understood. No issue with the Planning Commission on this.
Any questions or concerns about this name change? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Last report tonight is an application for discretionary use for a medical clinic at 1330 Osler Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
Yeah, seconder, please.
Seconder for it. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I actually want to point out that this is now the second medical clinic that we've talked about in the warehouse district, which we found interesting. There is no issue from our point of view in terms of what's going on here and what it'll bring services to the area. Just interesting that now quickly we've had 2. Again, we seek your concurrence.
Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn.
So moved, Your Worship.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That'd be Bryson Murray. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening.